Chapter 51-55. Impressive. Others might not have been able to tell, but Lin Yi was a knowledgeable person. He was shocked by Lin Dongfang's move. Old Lin was old Lin. He was unfathomable. Learn from him in the future, kid. Lin Dongfang glanced at him, then looked at Qin Yuan on the ground. What do you plan to do with this guy? Qin Yuan's heart trembled when he heard that. Lin Yi's next answer would determine his life and death. Although Lin Dongfang wouldn't kill him directly, and Lin Yi had just promised to spare his life, if Lin Yi asked him to do something that he didn't want to do, he would still be dead in the end. What do I do? Of course, I have to go back to where I came from. Otherwise, all my efforts would have been wasted. Lin Yi grinned. Go back to where? Qin Yuan was stunned. Ask yourself, the center worked so hard to raise you from a foundation establishment late stage to a foundation establishment full mastery, shouldn't you repay them? Lin Yi said with interest. This. How do I repay them? Qin Yuan was confused. Simple. You just have to continue working for them. Make them feel like they didn't find the wrong person, Lin Yi said. That's it. Qin Yuan looked at Lin Yi in disbelief. Even if he used his toes to think, he knew that Lin Yi didn't want him to continue working for the center. Oh, I understand now. Master, you want me to be a spy for you? Is that what you're trying to say? Lin Yi nodded. Wrong. Lin Yi shook his head. Ha! Qin Yuan was dumbfounded. He said weakly, didn't you want me to be your spy? What do you want me to do? Other than being a spy, he couldn't think of any other reason Lin Yi would let him live. This was the best arrangement for him. After all, if the center found out about his betrayal again, he wouldn't be far from death. To be precise, being a spy is the basic condition for your survival, Lin Yi said. If you want to fight for your future, you have to put in more effort. Future? Do I still have a future? Qin Yuan was shocked. Now that he had been reduced to such a state, he felt that it was a blessing from the heavens to be able to keep his life. He did not dare to think about more. He did not even dare to think about his future. Don't you need it? Do you think you'll be satisfied just because you've reached the foundation establishment great circle? Forget it then, pretend I didn't say anything. Lin Yi said casually. No, Qin Yuan hurriedly said. Although I am not ambitious, I am ambitious. If there is anything you need me to do, just tell me. I will do my best to help you, Qin Yuan hurriedly said. That sounds pretty good. All right then, go and trick Jing Yueming into coming here. Let him come here. Remember, don't let anyone know. Lin Yi immediately said. This was the real reason why he had deliberately kept Qin Yuan alive. If Qin Yuan was just a spy, it would be worthless to him. After all, he already had Big Brother Feng, who was of a higher level. Qin Yuan's greatest value was to secretly instigate a rebellion. Jing Yuming. Who is Jing Yuming? Qin Yuan was stunned. In order to ensure secrecy, the people in the center only contacted each other one-to-one. Apart from the people who were online, under normal circumstances, only the Glasses Professor and Big Brother Feng knew. The others did not know each other, and they did not meet each other. Therefore, he did not know Jing Yueming at all. Similarly, Jing Yueming did not know him. He is a disciple of the Thousand Blades sect. He is also a member of the center who secretly defected to the center, Lin Yi said. Although there were more than 20 Archaic Alliance experts under the control of the center, the number of targets he could instigate was very limited. After all, Jing Taiyang and the other 15 Foundation establishment experts had been brainwashed by the center's drugs. It was not easy to instigate them. Apart from Qin Yuan, there were only 4 people who stood a chance. They were Bing Wuqing, Shui Jianfeng, Can Long, and Jing Yueming, who were also threatened by the poisonous gas in their dantian. Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfang were golden core experts. They were not easy to deal with. The only easier targets were Canlong and Jing Yueming. Really? Qin Yuan was delighted. He quickly nodded and said, "All right, I will act now. Remember, you have to pay special attention to avoid Jing Taiyang. He is the one who developed Jing Yueming. If he finds out, you will be finished. Also, the goo that the old man gave you is not simple. No one in the world can remove it except him. If you have any distracting thoughts, you will also be finished," Lin Yi said, looking at him. "I understand." Qin Yuan was full of confidence. He had a distant relative in the Thousand Blades sect. He had been to the Thousand Blades sect before and knew many people. Although he did not know Jing Taiyang or Jing Yueming, it should not be difficult to trick them. Looking at Qin Yuan's back, Lin Dongfang suddenly said, "You are so at ease to let him go alone. What else can I do? I can't go with him, can I?" Lin Yi smiled and said indifferently, "This kid is not stupid. He cherishes his life and is afraid of death. He is the most suitable person for this kind of thing. It will be best if there are no accidents. If there are any accidents, I will just take it as a warning to the people in the center." "Ha, you are quite good at comforting yourself." Lin Dongfang laughed. After half a day, Qin Yuan returned with Jing Yueming behind him. Seeing that they were walking further and further away, Jing Yueming could not help but ask, "Tell me, what is the secret mission? Why did you bring me to the northern island of the Green Cloud sect? Why does Jing Taiyang have to avoid me?" Jing Taiyang was his superior, and they were cousins. There was no reason that Jing Taiyang did not know about the mission. However, since Qin Yuan knew about the glasses doctor and the others, it meant that they were on the same side. But what kind of secret mission was this? "You will know when you get there," Qin Yuan said without turning his head. "Wait." Jing Yueming suddenly stopped. He looked at Qin Yuan warily and said, "Who are you? Why did you bring me here? Even now, you're still doubting my identity." Qin Yuan turned around and looked at him in disbelief. Then, he continued to walk forward with an indifferent expression. "If you have doubts, it doesn't matter if you go back now. No one will stop you. However, if the higher-ups ask about it later, don't blame me for telling them the truth." Chapter 51-56. This. Jing Yueming hesitated. The calmer and more indifferent Qin Yuan appeared, the easier it would be for him to believe him. "Forget it. Since you look pleasing to the eye, I will say one more thing. Joining the center means you have a new start. Under normal circumstances, you will always be the one going online. That is because you will always be the one going online if you earn some merit. However, this secret mission is a rare opportunity. If you are willing to let Jing Taiyang walk all over you, then pretend I did not say anything." After Qin Yuan finished speaking, he walked away without hesitation. What Jing Yueming said hit the nail on the head. It was true that he and Jing Taiyang were cousins, and it was also true that he was Jing Taiyang's underling. However, every time he saw Jing Taiyang's arrogant look, he wanted to walk all over Jing Taiyang, but he never had the ability to do so. Now, the opportunity was here. "Okay, I will go with you." Jing Yueming made up his mind and quickly followed Qin Yuan's footsteps, but he froze after a while. The people in front of him weren't the glasses doctor or Dofing Bro, but Lin Yi and Lin Dongfang. "Not bad. You did not disappoint me. Keep up the good work." Lin Yi smiled. "Okay, so who is next?" Qin Yuan was very self-aware this time. Not only did he want to live, but he also wanted to fight for his future. Plus, this kind of thing was almost risk-free. At least, it was much easier than fighting and killing. It would be a waste not to take the merit that was given to him. Ancient five-element sect, Bright Dragon, Lin Yi said casually. Understood. Qin Yuan heard this and immediately set off again. Jing Yueming, who came with him, was dumbfounded. What was going on? Jing Yueming looked at Qin Yuan, who was leaving, and then looked at Lin Yi and Lin Dongfang. He was confused. You are also from the center. Lin Dongfang looked at Jing Yueming in amusement. I'm not afraid of not knowing what's good. I'm just afraid of comparing goods to goods. Before this, I didn't think much of Qin Yuan. But now, I feel that you, kid, have a good eye. At least, you aren't like this. What do you mean by silly? Jing Yueming still didn't know what was going on, and thought that Lin Yi and Lin Dongfang were the same as him, people who joined the center in secret, especially since these two were masters that couldn't be found in the common world. The only explanation was that they'd joined the center in secret. There was no other explanation other than the center's improved elixir. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Yi did not want to explain to the idiot who had been tricked. He stepped forward and sent a five-element murderous aura into Jing Yueming's head. Jing Yueming was only a master in the late stage of the foundational realm, so he could not fight back at all. He fell to the ground in pain and fainted. Compared to Qin Yuan, Jing Yueming was much stronger. Lin Dongfang took care of the poison in the dantian, and Lin Dongfang placed the poison into the dantian himself. The whole process went smoothly, and what happened after that was even simpler. Jing Yueming wasn't just a piece of trash, he was even more afraid of death than Qin Yuan was. Lin Yi hadn't even finished his sentence when Jing Yueming knelt down. After Qin Yuan was Jing Yueming, and after Jing Yueming was Qianlong. Lin Yi used this method to defeat them one by one. He had secretly subdued all three of them. The progress was surprisingly smooth. What are you going to do next? Do you want to find more people, or do you want to wait? Lin Dongfang asked. Let's see how it goes. Lin Yi said after some thought. According to what he knew, the doctor and the others were very careful. Other than one-on-one training sessions, they'd also send these people to their temporary base for body checks. He didn't know if they'd find out what he'd done to Qin Yuan and the others, but he'd only be able to move forward if he passed this obstacle. Sure enough, a few days later, Qin Yuan was taken out by the bespectacled doctor alone for a physical examination. On one hand, it was to collect data and send it back to the center to improve the pills. After all, they were all human samples that were hard to come by. On the other hand, it was to monitor everyone's physical condition. If the poison showed signs of going out of control, they would be able to detect it in advance. If they found something that should not be in their bodies, they would not be able to escape from such comprehensive and strict monitoring. What Lin Yi did was not only get rid of the poison in their dantian, but he had also planted a curse in their brains. Although Lin Dongfang had done it secretly, it was still a big problem whether or not he could escape the detection of the center's high-tech equipment. Even Lin Yi was not sure about this. He could only wait for the results. Fortunately, the news that Qin Yuan brought back was good. The test results were normal from beginning to end. There were no abnormalities found. Lin Yi was still a little worried, but Jing Yueming and Qianlong reported the same results. He finally felt relieved. It seemed that the center's physical examination could not really lock onto the poison in one's dantian. It could only be discovered after the poison showed signs of going out of control. As for the faint traces of the curse, even Qin Yuan and the others could not detect it. It was reasonable that the center's high-tech equipment could not detect it. After all, it was Lin Dongfang's doing. This result not only made Lin Yi heave a sigh of relief, but Qin Yuan and the others were even more shocked. Before this, they thought that they were just unlucky to be targeted by Lin Yi. To be honest, they did not think that Lin Yi was very powerful, especially when compared to the mysterious center. They were not on the same level at all. However, after experiencing the physical examination personally, their preconceived notions were completely overturned. Lin Yi could easily get rid of the poison in the center. On the other hand, the center could not detect any abnormalities with the curse that Lin Yi had asked Lin Dongfang to plant on them. It was obvious who was superior. It looks like the situation is not bad. How is it? What's the next move? Lin Dongfang asked with interest. Since the center wants to cause trouble in the dark, let's play with them. They develop one, and we will instigate another. Let's see who wins, Lin Yi said with a faint smile. That's interesting. Apart from Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng, according to what you've said before, they're the only ones who are really using poisonous gas to control the three of them. If this goes on, you'll soon become half the boss of the center, Lin Dongfang said with a laugh. Isn't that good? With me, the boss behind the scenes, they will not go around harming others. Lin Yi smiled and said, That's right, old man. I will need your help next. I cannot handle it alone. Oh. You are not thinking of attacking Xue Jianfeng, are you? Lin Dongfang guessed. Chapter 51-57. Bing Wuqing. You sure have a big appetite, kid. Lin Dongfang was overjoyed when he heard that. He had already heard that Bing Wuqing was now an expert in the late golden elixir realm. Such a level was already unimaginable in the secular world, and most people would avoid her like the plague. He did not expect that Lin Yi would actually want to subdue her in secret. Not only was his appetite big, but his courage was also frighteningly big. Don't forget that Lin Yi's current realm was only that of Foundation Establishment grade completion. Just so. Lin Yi did not think much of it. It was true that his current strength was not as good as Bing Wuqing's, but one should not forget that his real body was at the late-stage mysterious ascension realm. His true strength was comparable to a Grand Master-level expert. Forget late-stage golden elixir, even late-stage nascent soul would not be able to make him feel the slightest bit of fear. He would only want to subdue her even more. Then how are you going to lure him here? Are you going to send Qin Yuan or Canlong? I don't think there's much hope, right? Lin Dongfang said with a frown. Although he had only fought with Bing Wuqing once, it was enough to tell that Bing Wuqing was not as simple as she seemed. This kind of person was completely different from Jing Yueming and Canlong. It was impossible to lure her here for no reason. Neither. Lin Yi shook his head. Then we're going to visit him personally. Lin Dongfang asked in surprise. That's even more out of the question. We'll be too conspicuous if we go to other small islands. We'll definitely be discovered. Lin Yi shook his head even more. After the previous incident, he and Lin Dongfang had already become celebrities. Every move they made was being watched. The most important thing for this kind of thing was to be discreet. If the people in the center found out about it, then all their previous efforts would be in vain. This won't work, that won't work either. Kid, think of a way yourself. Lin Dongfang curled his lips and said. Don't worry, I've already thought of a way. But I'll have to trouble you to write a letter. Lin Yi smiled. What letter? Lin Dongfang asked. Letter of challenge. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Although Bing Wuqing seemed to be emotionless, she was definitely the kind of person who would die of pride. A person like her would never let a single failure go easily. Her crushing defeat at the hands of Lin Dongfang was a humiliation that she had to wash away. Especially now that her strength had been reborn, this fellow must have been dreaming of getting rid of that humiliation. It was just that she could not find the right opportunity. More accurately, she could not make up her mind. Lin Yi believed that as long as Lin Dongfang's letter of challenge was delivered, Bing Wuqing would definitely cast aside all her worries and come forward for the battle. After all, from the other party's point of view, he must have absolute confidence, and only lacked an opportunity. Good lad, you're quite good at scheming. Lin Dongfang immediately understood Lin Yi's meaning. He immediately found a pen and paper and wrote 4 big words, "If you don't accept it, let's fight again." Lin Yi picked it up and scrutinized it for a long time. Finally, he sighed, "These words are so fucking ugly. Are you itching for a beating? I'm imitating the style of a famous writer. I'm blind." Lin Dongfang scolded. "It's ugly, but it's still worlds apart from what I've seen on the Heaven Step Island. That's the real deal, while yours is simply unsightly. It's better to write less in the future, lest people laugh at you." Lin Yi said seriously. He was naturally referring to Shanghai Tianhua, who was one of the top calligraphers on Heavenly Island. Ordinary people could not compare to him. Lin Dongfang was furious, but before he could do anything, Lin Yi had already disappeared. He could only murmur bitterly, "Is it really that ugly? It can't be." Lin Yi would not personally deliver the letter, or it would easily attract attention. Of course, he could not let Qin Yuan and the others do it, or Bing Wuqing would easily suspect him. Therefore, he randomly found a disciple from the north to deliver the letter. After all, he was the Grand Master who even Xianijie had to be respectful to. It was just a matter of a few words. As Lin Yi expected, after Bing Wuqing received the unsigned letter of challenge, she almost did not hesitate and directly came to him. There was no one else within a radius of a few miles, only Lin Dongfang, Lin Yi, and Bing Wuqing. "I didn't expect you to actually send me a letter of challenge." Bing Wuqing did not even look at Lin Yi. She directly walked towards Lin Dongfang. In her eyes, this was the only strong enemy. She was defeated in one blow when she was in the early stage of the Gold Elixir realm. Now that her strength had been reborn, she naturally wanted to avenge herself. "Wait." Lin Yi suddenly reached out to stop her. "What?" Bing Wuqing frowned and glanced at Lin Yi. Right now, she could not wait to fight Lin Dongfang. Anything else would be a hindrance. "I have nothing to do. Why don't you play with me first?" Lin Yi said with a grin. "You?" Bing Wuqing's disdain was written all over her face. Not to mention that she was now an expert in the late stage of the Gold Elixir realm. Even back when she was only in the early stage of the Gold Elixir realm, she would not have really taken Lin Yi seriously. After all, Lin Yi's strength was only in the foundation building realm on paper. Overestimating yourself, huh? Lin Yi did not take it to heart at all. He knew very well that with his current strength, he was no match for Bing Wuqing. His original body might have been able to fight against the late stage of the Gold Elixir realm when he was in the foundation building realm at the foundation building realm, but it was unrealistic for this primordial spirit. However, he had not been stuck in the foundation building realm for so long in vain. This was a good opportunity to try out an ability that he had recently mastered. "What do you think?" Bing Wuqing still had no intention of making a move. However, she released her signature merciless ice force, which was at least tens or even hundreds of times stronger than before. Even an expert in the foundation building realm who was in the foundation building realm would find it hard to withstand such a heavy pressure. But Lin Yi's face was indifferent, not showing any signs of discomfort at all. He spread his hands and said calmly, "Is this considered a start?" Bing Wuqing was stunned. She did not expect Lin Yi's original body to be in existence comparable to an expert in the magnate realm. Although the merciless ice force was a special aura that was integrated with vital energy, it was still an aura at the end of the day. Suppressing a freak like Lin Yi with just an aura was not something that an ordinary expert in the magnate realm could do. A mere expert in the late stage of the Gold Elixir realm should just wash up and go to sleep. "Interesting. I'll play with you then." A strange look flashed in Bing Wuqing's eyes. She moved and immediately attacked Lin Yi. Her speed was at least top-notch among experts of the same level. However, what surprised her was that Lin Yi's speed was much faster than hers. Even though she had already unleashed her full power, she could not catch up to the corner of Lin Yi's clothes. So this is all you've got? Lin Yi could not help but feel a little disappointed. Bing Wuqing's temperament was extraordinary. He had thought that she would at least be an expert who could make his eyes light up, but it turned out that she was only a so-so. Chapter 51-58. Today, he was brimming with confidence as he sought revenge on Lin Dongfang. If he couldn't even handle Lin Yi, who was merely at foundation building great perfection, then what was the point of doing anything? Before he finished speaking, an ice wall suddenly appeared around Lin Yi, forming a 1-meter-wide ice prison in the blink of an eye, trapping Lin Yi within. Oh. That's not a bad move. Lin Yi nodded. In fact, he had already sensed the vital chi fluctuations around him the moment the ice prison appeared. With his speed, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape if he gave it his all. However, he wanted to test out his new ability, which was why he stayed behind. But then again, this ice prison of Bing Wuqing's was extremely fast. Even if an average person could react in time, they wouldn't have the speed to escape, especially when they had to face the pressure of the merciless ice at the same time. It was indeed difficult to deal with. Are you really not afraid of death? In the blink of an eye, Bing Wuqing had already arrived in front of Lin Yi. Although the ice prison wasn't indestructible, the moment the person inside broke out of the prison, he would definitely reveal a flaw, which was more than enough for her to kill him. Will you kill me? Lin Yi stood with his hands behind his back. He had no intention of breaking the ice prison at all, and just looked at her indifferently. I'll give you a word of advice. People who think they're smart usually die a horrible death. Bing Wuqing's murderous intent immediately intensified. The bespectacled professor had indeed said not to provoke Lin Yi for the time being, but he had only mentioned it once, and hadn't told them any deeper details. He could usually abide by it, but now that Lin Yi had delivered himself to his doorstep, he couldn't blame him for being impolite. At most, he would just be punished by the center afterward. Then go ahead. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Die. Before Bing Wuqing finished speaking, her hands had already turned into a pair of indestructible, sharp ice claws. They moved at an incredible speed, and a white light flashed past, piercing through the ice prison and Lin Yi's body without any suspense. Can we start now, Lin Dongfang? Bing Wuqing did not look at Lin Yi again. She turned around and walked towards Lin Dongfang. As for Lin Yi, whose chest had been pierced by her ice claws, he was already dead. Since he was already a dead man, what was there to see? However, before he could take a step forward, Lin Yi's nonchalant voice suddenly sounded behind him. Hey, isn't it a little too early for you to be so confident? How could this be? Bing Wuqing's eyelids twitched, and she subconsciously turned her head to take a look. Immediately, she was dumbfounded by what she saw. Lin Yi, whose chest had been pierced by her, was completely unscathed. There wasn't a single wound on his body. Could it be that what happened just now was an illusion? Bing Wuqing herself did not notice it, but Lin Dongfang, who was standing beside her, saw it clearly. He could not help but look a little surprised. This brat is quite good. He can switch between the primordial spirit state and the primordial spirit state in an instant, and he can even control the switch in a certain area. If used well, this is an incredible ability. It seems that these few months have not been in vain. Just as Lin Dongfang said, the moment Bing Wuqing's ice claws touched his body, Lin Yi instantly switched that part of his primordial spirit state to the primordial spirit state. Therefore, even though his chest was pierced through, he did not suffer any damage. This was the new ability that he had been trying to figure out recently. Although it was only at the initial stage, he could not completely switch between the primordial spirit state and the primordial spirit state in an instant. He could only control a small part of it for now, but even so, it was already no small matter. This could be seen from the shocked expression on Bing Wuqing's face at this moment. In theory, Bing Wuqing, a late-stage golden elixir expert, had an overwhelming advantage, be it in terms of realm or strength. After all, Lin Yi was not like he was on Heaven's Stage Island now, where he could not fight an opponent of a higher realm than him. However, at this moment, it was Lin Yi who had the upper hand. The iconic merciless ice aura was completely ineffective from the start. Immediately after that, although he had trapped his opponent with an ice prison, he was not injured at all after the ice claws pierced through his chest. Faced with such a strange opponent, even Bing Wuqing could not help but feel a little helpless. How can this be? Who exactly are you? Bing Wuqing did not dare to act rashly at once. She could not help but recall the scene where she was beaten to the ground by Lin Dongfang in a single move. An inexplicable sense of foreboding began to linger in her heart, and she could not get rid of it. Leave this question for later and slowly explore on your own. All right, old man, now it's time for you to get down to business, said Lin Yi as he clapped his hands. Brat, you sure know how to order people around. Lin Dongfang curled his lips exasperatedly. Although he said that, he did not hesitate for even a moment and walked straight towards Bing Wuqing. Even though Lin Yi looked like he was invincible at the moment, he was still just a full-fledged foundation-building cultivator at the end of the day. At the very most, he could only contend with Bing Wuqing. As for defeating her, it was almost impossible for him to do so at the moment. Seeing that these two people did not take her seriously at all, Bing Wuqing was instantly infuriated. She was indeed shocked by Lin Yi's miraculous technique just now, but it was absolutely impossible for her to have any intention of retreating. Otherwise, she would not be Bing Wuqing. You deserve to die. Bing Wuqing immediately attacked with all her might without holding anything back. The range of the merciless ice aura was condensed to an extremely small area, but its strength increased by more than a few times in an instant. Even the surrounding ground showed faint signs of sinking, and its power was evident. However, Lin Dongfang walked in so easily. Just like Lin Yi, he did not show any signs of being oppressed by the merciless ice aura at all. Instead, he strolled leisurely until he was 2 steps in front of Bing Wuqing, raised his hand, and threw an ordinary punch. This punch clearly looked ordinary and unremarkable. Instead, it was extremely slow, and at first glance, it didn't seem to have any strength at all. Even an ordinary hooligan would be much more ferocious and powerful than this punch. However, it was such an ordinary punch that caused Bing Wuqing's expression to change drastically. He did not manage to see Lin Dongfang's punch clearly the last time they exchanged blows. He only felt that the punch was extremely powerful at the moment he was hit. This time, he finally saw how the other party threw the punch, but that was all. Faced with Lin Dongfang's extremely ordinary punch, Bing Wuqing was so stunned that she could not put up any resistance. It was not that she did not want to, but that she could not move at all. At this moment, her entire body had been suppressed by the punch that was as heavy as a mountain. The clearer she could see it, the more irresistible this kind of pressure was. In comparison, her merciless ice aura was like a child in the presence of a great wizard. Chapter 51-59. However, Lin Dongfang's punch didn't land on her face. Instead, he stopped at the last moment and asked calmly, "Do you still want to fight? There's no point in fighting anymore." Bing Wuqing shook her head with a bitter smile. This punch was enough to make her realize the huge gap in strength between them. Although she didn't know what realm her opponent was at, and didn't even know if her opponent was a cultivator, because she hadn't sensed any fluctuation of vital energy from the beginning to the end, she already knew that there was no hope for her. Want to watch? That's fine. It'll be troublesome if I really injure you. Lin Dongfang nodded. He knew that Lin Yi could heal people quickly, but this punch of his would definitely injure Bing Wuqing badly. Even Lin Yi couldn't heal her in a short period of time, and it would be easy to arouse suspicion. What do you mean? Bing Wuqing frowned. Although she had been full of resentment ever since she was crippled, the moment she realized the huge gap between them, the resentment immediately dissipated. This was human nature. Hatred only existed between people of similar levels. Once they were on completely different levels, there would only be respect and fear left. Hatred and the like would naturally become fleeting clouds. What I mean is that I'll give you a new boss. Why don't you consider it? Lin Yi walked over and said with a faint smile, "Don't worry. I can deal with the poisonous gas that the center is using to threaten you." Are you kidding me? Bing Wuqing's face darkened. She was shocked. How did this guy know about these things? You'll know soon enough whether I'm kidding or not. Want to watch? As Lin Yi spoke, he reached out with one hand and used the killing aura of the 5 elements to strangle the poisonous gas hidden in the other party's dantian with ease. With Lin Yi at the side as a deterrent, although Bing Wuqing resisted, she didn't dare to break away from Lin Yi. When Qin Yuan and the others were strangling the poisonous gas, they were all in so much pain that they wanted to die. However, other than looking a little pale, she didn't make a sound. Who the hell are you? This was the second time Bing Wuqing had asked such a question in such a short period of time. She was shocked to find that the poisonous gas that had rendered her helpless had actually been cleanly dealt with by Lin Yi in such a short period of time. Such methods were simply unimaginable, not to mention the miraculous skills that he had displayed previously. Truly unfathomable. As I said earlier, I'll leave this question to you. I believe you won't be disappointed. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. He then said, I know you were forced to join the center. Now that the threat of the poisonous gas is gone, why don't you make a new choice? Do I have any other choice? Bing Wuqing asked in return. You're smart, no. Lin Yi's answer was very straightforward. If the other party was given a second choice, then why would he waste so much effort? Ever since he arrived at this transit island, Bing Wuqing had always been one of his main targets to monitor. In the end, the result was that this person was very rational and pragmatic. She had no standpoint to speak of. This could be seen from the fact that she had agreed to join the center without any hesitation. It was precisely because of this that he had made Bing Wuqing his target. Bing Wuqing fell silent. Her gaze swept between Lin Yi and Lin Dongfang. Lin Dongfang's unfathomable abilities. Needless to say, even with his current abilities of the late Golden Elixir stage, he couldn't muster up the will to fight against him. As for Lin Yi, although he appeared to be only at the foundation building great completion, he had an endless variety of miraculous skills. He was also an unfathomable character. Faced with such an unfathomable duo, coupled with the situation, as Lin Yi had said, he indeed had no second choice. Unless he died. After a while, Bing Wuqing said, What do you want me to do? Simple. Stay in the center and be my spy, Lin Yi said. All right, Bing Wuqing agreed readily. Very good. You are indeed a sensible person. But to be on the safe side, you have to suffer a little. Lin Yi nodded and immediately asked Lin Dongfang to cast a spell on him. This was within Bing Wuqing's expectations, no matter what she thought. No matter what he thought, he didn't show any signs of resistance on the surface. Instead, he was very cooperative. But after Lin Dongfang cast the spell on him, he was shocked again. He sighed inwardly. These two guys were indeed extraordinary. After Lin Yi had explained some things to take note of, Bing Wuqing stood up and left. But before she left, Lin Yi suddenly stopped her and threw an elixir at her. Consider this a greeting gift. Perform well in the future. Golden elixir. And of the highest grade. Bing Wuqing's eyelids twitched. The golden elixir was the dream elixir for all foundation building consummation experts and golden core experts, especially when it was of the highest grade. The impact was even greater than the improved version of the elixir he had received from the center. Although the effects were more direct and terrifying, for a knowledgeable person like him, the value of the highest grade golden elixir was definitely not small. Looking at Bing Wuqing's silhouette as she left without saying a word, Lin Dongfang suddenly said, "Why are you so generous to this guy? He's worth it. Don't you think so, old man?" Lin Yi asked in return. "He's not bad." Lin Dongfang was non-committal. At least compared to the other disciples of the Archaic Alliance, including Xanijie, the Uncle Master who was leading the team, Bing Wuqing was obviously much better in all aspects. Her aptitude was also top-notch, so it was indeed worth investing some capital on her. "Anyway, I don't lack elixirs. The others don't need them, and you don't want them. Just treat it as giving him a taste of the benefits first," Lin Yi said lightly. "What do I want this for? What's the use of it?" Lin Dongfang snorted disdainfully at his elixirs. Lin Yi was speechless. If he released any of these elixirs, not to mention in the secular world, it would cause a sensation even in the heaven-level island. But in the end, they were worthless in old Lin's eyes. Instead, he had a look of disdain on his face. He really didn't know what to say. "All right, let's talk about the next step," Lin Dongfang said casually. "All right, let's not think about Shui Jianfeng for now. Next, I plan to look for Jing Taiyang and the others to do some research. Although they are brainwashed and controlled by the center, which is not as simple and direct as the poisonous gas, they might be able to find a way," Lin Yi said. "That would be best. After all, a total of 15 foundation building experts is not a joke. After all, this is only the secular world," Lin Dongfang nodded and said. Chapter 5160. Why did you go to the Blue Cloud clan's territory in the North Island for no reason? The doctor in glasses frowned and asked. He didn't pay attention to people like Qin Yuan at first, but Bing Wuqing was the expert he valued the most. He paid close attention to her every move, and he would know immediately if there was any sign of trouble. To challenge Lin Dongfang, Bing Wuqing said calmly. "Lin Dongfang. Why did you challenge him? Didn't I tell you not to provoke Lin Yi?" The bespectacled professor jumped in fright. Lan Xiaoru had warned him over and over again not to provoke Lin Yi. This was an order from the top, and now Lan Xiaoru was challenging Lin Dongfang. Wasn't she just looking for trouble for him? "I didn't provoke Lin Yi. I just challenged Lin Dongfang." Bing Wuqing shook her head. "Lin Dongfang and Lin Yi are one and the same. Can't you see that?" The doctor in glasses was furious. He admired Bing Wuqing and was willing to give her enough freedom to do things on her own. But this matter had crossed the line, and it was even related to his own future and life. He couldn't help but get angry. Bing Wuqing remained silent. The doctor in glasses was angry for a long time before he said, Fine. I know you hate Lin Dongfang to the core. After all, you were defeated by him. Now that you're strong, it's understandable that you can't hold back your thoughts. But this is an order from the top. If anything happens, even I can't protect you. Tell me, what's the result?" Lin Dongfang's strength was also a mystery. To some extent, he was even more mysterious than Lin Yi. It wouldn't be a bad thing if they could take this opportunity to find out Lin Yi's strength. Of course, the premise was that they couldn't really provoke Lin Yi. After all, the top was still counting on them to show goodwill and even to rope in Lin Yi. It didn't work. Bing Wuqing wasn't stupid. Since she had chosen to rely on Lin Yi, she couldn't reveal Lin Dongfang's strength. Moreover, she really didn't know Lin Dongfang's specific strength. She only knew that he was unfathomable and she was no match for him. Why? The doctor in glasses frowned. If he doesn't accept the challenge, and Lin Yi is standing next to him, there's nothing I can do. Bing Wuqing pushed all the blame away. She was not afraid that the bespectacled professor would send someone to inquire about this matter. Even if he did, he would not be able to find out anything. After all, she had not really fought with Lin Yi or Lin Dongfang. She had only stopped where she was and did not make much noise. No one else knew about it at all. If that's the case, then forget it. I'm still very confident in you, but remember, don't do it again, okay? The bespectacled doctor pretended to be persuasive. Yes, Bing Wuching replied with a nod. Also, you need to put in more effort to win over the Archaic Alliance's disciples. The current progress is too slow. It's not ideal. The bespectacled doctor was halfway through his sentence when he saw Shui Jianfang walking over. He couldn't help but be startled. He didn't summon this guy. Leader, I have something to report in private. What do you think? Shui Jianfang looked at Bing Wuching hesitantly. Then, the bespectacled doctor paused for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right, I have nothing else to tell you. Bing Wuching, you can go back first." After Bing Wuching had left, Shui Jianfang said, "Leader, I think Bing Wuching went to the Blue Clouds sect on the North Island previously. It wasn't your idea, was it?" "No, but I've already asked him." The bespectacled doctor glanced at him and said, "That Qianlong and Jing Yueming also went to the Blue Clouds sect on the North Island. Do you know about this too?" Shui Jianfang asked. "They went too. Did Qin Yuan tell you about this?" The bespectacled doctor was shocked. If it was just Bing Wuching alone, it would not have been a big deal. After all, the reason was sufficient, and there was nothing to be suspicious about. But now that so many people had gone to the Blue Clouds sect on the North Island, and all of them had gathered at the same time, it was necessary to be on guard. "You've misunderstood. Qin Yuan might be my spy, but I, Shui Jianfeng, am still one of the top figures in the Archaic Alliance. Now that I've recovered my strength, there are bound to be some familiar faces in the various sections. It's not difficult for me to know what's going on." Shui Jianfang deliberately showed off. "Really? Then why didn't you show it before? If you have such a wide network, why did you only recruit Qin Yuan after such a long time?" The bespectacled doctor frowned and said, "Hey, leader, you've misunderstood. This is a different matter. Although I have a wide network, and I can pass on a message when I meet them, I don't have any deep relationships with these people. How would I dare to recruit them rashly? If something goes wrong, wouldn't that be a bad thing?" Shui Jianfang explained. "That's true. How are Bing Wuching's connections?" The bespectacled doctor asked. Compared to Shui Jianfang, he obviously admired Bing Wuching more. This was an obvious fact. Shui Jianfang's expression froze. This time, he had specially come not just to snitch on Bing Wuching, but mainly for himself. Although his current strength was far from Bing Wuching's, he was not willing to always be below her. However, if the bespectacled doctor continued to develop like this, he would never be able to surpass Bing Wuching in this lifetime. Leader, there's something you don't know. Although Bing Wuching is stronger than me, in the archaic underworld, strength alone won't be enough to make a name for herself. It also depends on her background and connections. Not many disciples in the Archaic Alliance will respect her because there are no benefits. Usually, they will just stay away from her, but I'm different." Shui Jianfang smiled proudly. "How so?" The bespectacled doctor asked in surprise. "The reason is simple. It's because my father is the vice-sect leader of the Snow Sword faction. Once he gets promoted, he will be the leader of the Snow Sword faction. You should know that the Snow Sword faction is one of the 10 small sects and clans of the Archaic Alliance. Their influence is not to be underestimated. Naturally, they will respect her," Shui Jianfang boasted. "That's true." The bespectacled doctor nodded. He was naturally aware of Shui Jianfang's background. Previously, he did not pay much attention to him, but now that he heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. In that case, Shui Jianfang's value was not inferior to Bing Wuching's at all. Strictly speaking, he was far more valuable than Bing Wuching. Although he could not see the bespectacled doctor's expression, Xue Jianfeng could sense the change in his attitude. He was overjoyed, thinking that his trip today was not in vain. He quickly expressed his stance and said, "Leader, that father of mine has always listened to me. In the future, if our center really develops into the archaic underworld, I can help to rope them in. It will also be a contribution to our center." Chapter 5161. Yes, thank you for the compliment. But I'm not strong enough now. If I could be promoted to a higher level, my words would carry more weight. By then, it wouldn't be a problem to rope in the entire Snow Sword faction, let alone my father. Xue Jianfeng said deliberately. You want to improve yourself. If the bespectacled doctor still didn't understand what he meant, he must be out of his mind. But from the perspective of a superior, he didn't mind Xue Jianfeng having such thoughts. Besides, this guy was indeed worth training. Of course, if the superior trains me well, I'll do anything for you, Xue Jianfeng said hurriedly. That's good. The headquarters has an important training program. As long as you perform well, I can recommend you to the superiors. I guarantee that your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. The bespectacled doctor promised immediately. Really? Thank you so much, superior. Xue Jianfeng was overjoyed. After thanking him profusely, Xue Jianfeng left while turning his head back every 3 steps. The bespectacled doctor chuckled meaningfully. Ambition, background, and ability. Needless to say, he's quite the material. Why do I feel that this guy isn't very reliable? Brother Dafeng came up and said. He had heard the conversation from the beginning to the end. He had seen Bing Wuqing and Xue Jianfeng's performance. You're thinking too much. With the threat of poisonous gas, he won't dare to betray us. Besides, it's a good thing that he's ambitious, because that's why he needs the strength of our center. The bespectacled doctor glanced at him and thought to himself, you're a traitor. How dare you say that? You're really good at pretending. Brother Dafeng frowned and didn't say anything else. He was still anxious about how to contact Lin Yi. He knew that Lin Yi was definitely on the transit islands, but he couldn't go out alone. He didn't even have a chance to send a message. By the way, these people all went to the Green Cloud faction on the North Island. We have to be careful, the bespectacled doctor muttered. How? Brother Dafeng asked. You don't have to worry about that. I have my ways. The bespectacled doctor snorted. The first person he had to be careful of was Brother Dafeng. He could let Brother Dafeng know everything on the surface, but he couldn't say anything else. A few days later, Bing Wuqing was summoned for a physical examination as usual. She didn't find anything wrong with her, but at the last moment, she suddenly felt something. Others might not feel it, but he had an extraordinary perception. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to master Ruthless Ice Force. He clearly felt that something was implanted into him. It was very subtle, but there was no doubt. He didn't know what it was, but he immediately realized that it must be a high-tech device used by the center to secretly monitor him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to be so secretive. Bing Wuqing didn't dare to let her guard down. As the leading master uncle of the Snow Sword faction, she had to participate in the mining like the other disciples. Moreover, Lin Yi had told her before that if anything happened in the future, she could use the mining as an opportunity to communicate with him. As expected, he saw Lin Yi while he was mining, but the two didn't get too close. They waited until they reached a secluded area, and Lin Yi didn't use the opportunity to catch his breath to talk. Instead, they made a few hand gestures. He. 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 Him. He. T. That's troublesome. Lin Yi frowned inwardly. If Bing Wuqing had something like that on her, then it wasn't hard to imagine that the others would have something similar on them as well. If that was the case, it wouldn't be realistic to continue attacking Jing Taiyang and the others. The people in the center were really alert. Lin Yi didn't dare to be negligent. This wasn't a small problem. If it had been someone else, Qin Yuan and the others might not have been able to detect it. They might even have given themselves away. Lin Yi didn't dare to be negligent. It was a sudden crisis, but it wasn't enough to make Lin Yi panic. After all, it was just a small situation for him. It couldn't be compared to the ups and downs he had experienced on the Heaven Stage Island. Don't be nervous. Since the center is so cautious, we'll give them some face. Don't act rashly for now. Lin Yi didn't say anything, but his voice suddenly sounded in Bing Wuqing's mind. Bing Wuqing was stunned. She immediately understood that Lin Yi had used the technique of transmitting vital energy to his voice. Ordinary people might not be able to do that, but he was a golden core expert who had seen a lot in the immemorial pugilistic world. He knew this technique, but he didn't use it often. Won't they know you're transmitting vital energy to your voice? Bing Wuqing replied in the same way. She knew how to transmit vital energy to her voice, but she knew nothing about the technology of the secular world. She didn't know if transmitting vital energy to her voice could hide from these technology. Of course not. You don't understand the principle of the monitoring device. It can detect sound waves, but it can't detect vital energy waves. No matter how powerful the center is, it can't do that. This is because technology and cultivation are two things that have nothing to do with each other. To truly integrate technology and cultivation is not something that can be done in a few years or decades. It might be possible in the distant future, but it's impossible now. As Lin Yi passed on this message, he couldn't help but think of Han Jingjing. When it came to integrating technology and cultivation, this girl was definitely ahead of everyone else. After all, it was probably impossible to find a second automatic alchemy artifact in the whole world. Lin Yi's explanation was simple and clear, but Bing Wuqing didn't understand. She didn't understand the technology of the secular world, so she naturally didn't understand it. All right, I understand. So, what's next is to wait and see. Bing Wuqing asked. That's right. Let's wait and see first. If anything happens, I'll let you know. Lin Yi nodded. Apart from Bing Wuqing, he also wanted to find an opportunity to transmit vital energy to Qin Yuan, Canlong, Jing Weming, and the others through transmitting vital energy to them. He was contacting these people on his own. After all, it was better to be safe than sorry. After returning from the Spirit Jade Mine at the bottom of the sea, the first thing Lin Yi did was to look for Lin Dongfang. He smiled bitterly and said, I've just received news that the center has started to install listening devices on Bing Wuqing and the others. It seems that they've been alerted by the fact that they've come to our island. You don't have to work anymore. Jing Taiyang and the others won't be able to make a move on us for now. Haha, that's to be expected. It's very normal. Lin Dongfang laughed. Chapter 5162. Of course it's normal. I've long guessed that the center wouldn't be easy to deal with. Back then, even your master didn't have much of an effect after fighting with the center for so long. Your little tricks are just child's play at best. Lin Dongfang smiled. Child's play. The corner of Lin Yi's mouth twitched. Whether it was from his or Lin Dongfang's point of view, instigating Bing Wuqing and the others to defect wasn't considered a big move. In the end, it was just a small squabble, but it was still different from children playing house. Why? You think I'm not? Lin Dongfang smiled and pouted. Compared to what Yang Ming had done in the past, it was not an exaggeration to say that Lin Yi's actions were child's play. Lin Yi was instantly amused. He couldn't help but ask curiously, since there's nothing to do now, why don't you tell me about my master and the center? You always kept me guessing when I asked you about these things in the past. But now that I have some strength and ability, I can't possibly continue to hide it now, right? Ever since he was young, he had asked this question countless times. Unfortunately, Lin Dongfang had never told him, always saying that he was not strong enough. Even if he told him, it would be useless. Now that he had mentioned it, he naturally had to ask out of habit. However, he did not have much hope in his heart. Unexpectedly, after a moment of silence, Lin Dongfang actually said, "Fine. Since it's come to this, it's good to tell you. At least you'll know what to do in the future." Really? Lin Yi was shocked himself. He was nervous and excited as he hurriedly urged, "Hurry up. Hurry up." He couldn't be blamed for losing his composure. He knew very little about these things and had always been curious. It was almost a sore point. Now that Lin Dongfang suddenly told him, it would be strange if he wasn't excited. "All right, but where should I start?" Lin Dongfang rubbed his eyebrows. "From the beginning, of course. Don't keep me in suspense." "Hurry up," Lin Yi said impatiently. "From the beginning? How long would that take?" Lin Dongfang rolled his eyes at him and said, "Then let's start from the center. Do you know who the founder of the center is?" "Who?" Lin Yi hurriedly asked. Ever since his soul projection returned to the secular world, he had always wanted to investigate the center. Aside from the teleportation method between the secular world and Heaven Stage Island, this was the most important thing he wanted to know. Only by knowing the founder of the center could he truly understand its ins and outs. Li Buliang. This person has advanced technology. The center was founded by him. Lin Dongfang said. Advanced technology. No wonder the technological prowess of the center is so strong. It's all because of this. Lin Yi heard this and immediately asked, "Then why did he fight with my master?" He didn't fight with your master Yang Ming at first. His biggest enemy was actually your grandfather. Lin Dongfang laughed. "What? My grandfather? Do you know my grandfather?" Lin Yi suddenly froze. He always thought that he was an orphan, an abandoned baby picked up by Lin Dongfang from the outside. Apart from Lin Dongfang, the only real elder was Master Yang Ming. But listening to Lin Dongfang's words, he actually knew my grandfather. Of course, your family has a deep grudge with the center. If your grandfather didn't steal the goddess that he yearned for, why would Li Buliang fight with your family? Lin Dongfang said with a smile. "Ha! It can actually involve my grandfather's generation." Lin Yi was baffled. He thought that the grudge was at most between Li Buliang and his master. He didn't expect it to trace back so far. Even his grandfather was involved, and he even stole the goddess of others. If you really want to talk about it, the 3 generations of your family are deeply entangled with the center. Your grandfather fought with them, your parents fought with them, and when it comes to your generation, you still have to continue fighting with them. Of course, your master, Yang Ming, is also fighting with them. This entanglement is not just deep, it is simply unfathomable. Lin Dongfang laughed. "Old man, do you know my parents? Can you tell me about them?" Lin Yi immediately asked impatiently. Although he had no concept of parents since he was a child, and he didn't have any intuitive impression of them, the word parents had always been the most yearning and the most unreachable word for him. He always thought that he was an orphan with an unknown origin, so he didn't think too much about it. Now that he suddenly heard Lin Dongfang say this, he suddenly became excited. Even with his psychological quality, he couldn't control it. People's hearts were made of flesh. It was an innate instinct for everyone to trace back to their roots. It had nothing to do with strength. Your parents. Well, since we've already talked about it, there's no harm in revealing a few things to you. Your father is Lu Yezi. He used to be a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. He is your master's best friend. Lin Dongfang said briefly. Lu Yezi. My father is Lu Yezi. Lin Yi quickly remembered the name. At the same time, he was shocked. No matter how he thought about it, he couldn't imagine that his father was actually a member of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau and was a best friend of his master. Then, he quickly asked, then, what about my mother? By the way, since my father's surname is Lu, why is my surname Lin? It's very simple. It's because you followed your mother's surname. Her name is Lin Yi. Lin Dongfang smiled and then added, let me say one more thing. She is my adopted daughter. Adopted daughter. Lin Yi choked again when he heard the words. He looked at Lin Dongfang up and down again, dumbfounded. He stuttered, so, aren't you my grandfather? What else do you think? Lin Dongfang said with a smile. Lin Yi choked for a long time and couldn't say a word. Everything from childhood to adulthood was vivid in his mind. He didn't feel anything before, but now that he thought about it, the feeling was completely different. He was speechless for a long time before he smiled bitterly. You've been hiding it from me for a long time. For so many years, he had never known what the relationship between him and Lin Dongfang was. They were not master and apprentice, nor were they grandfather and grandson. Every time he asked, there was no result. He could only muddle through without understanding. Who would have thought that the old man was actually his grandfather? Chapter 5163. Ugh, this is also true. Lin Yi had to smile. Although he wasn't like Shengguan Laner, Ning Xuefei, and the other young ladies who hated cultivation, he was still very playful when he was a child. Every day, he would think about going up the mountain to get bird eggs or go down the river to catch fish. If it weren't for Lin Dongfang who had been forcing him behind his back, he probably wouldn't be able to achieve anything even if he became Yang Ming's disciple, let alone reaching the level he had today. Fortunately, you, kid, didn't embarrass me. You're not useless. Lin Dongfang said with a tone of relief and fear. Hey, you're my grandfather. You don't have to look down on me like this. Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He asked, oh yeah, you just said that my family is fighting with the center. What about you, old man? Are you also a sworn enemy of the center? Me? My sworn brother, who is your master, is fighting to the death with the center. My daughter and son-in-law are also fighting to the death with the center. Anyone who has even the slightest relationship with me is fighting to the death with the center. What do you think my relationship with the center is? Lin Dongfang curled his lips. So, you're being dragged onto the pirate ship? Lin Yi teased. That's not it. I'm already on the ship. How can I be dragged onto it? Lin Dongfang laughed. That's right. Old man, you should tell me more about my parents. I've been waiting. Lin Yi couldn't wait to urge again. If you really want to know about these things, then wait until you see them in the future and ask them yourself. Why are you asking me? Lin Dongfang took the opportunity to keep him in suspense. Lin Yi was speechless for a while, but then he reacted and said with surprise and joy, I can still see them. They're not dead. How can you say that? My daughter and son-in-law are all fine. Is there a son like you? You haven't even met them and you're already cursing them. Lin Dongfang couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. No, I was just too excited, that's why I spoke without thinking. Lin Yi shook his head repeatedly. In his imagination, since his parents had entrusted him to Lin Dongfang, it was most likely that something bad had happened to them. Otherwise, which parents in the world would casually entrust their child to someone else, even if that person was a grandfather? Now that he knew that his parents were still alive, Lin Yi's mood couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised and complicated. Noticing Lin Yi's complicated expression, Lin Dongfang explained, don't think too much about it. There must be a reason why they placed you here. After all, only my place can be considered a rare pure land that stands aloof from worldly affairs. Yes. Lin Yi nodded. He had always been an open-minded person. If it was someone else, they might be stuck in a dead end, but he would not think too much about it. Just as Lin Dongfang had said, since his parents had made such arrangements, they naturally had their own reasons. He would naturally know when they met again in the future. Okay, what else do you want to ask? Hurry up and ask now. I'll say this first, I won't wait for you if you're late. Lin Dongfang urged. He had already smelled the smell of Aunt Qing cooking in the distance. Compared to nagging with Lin Yi about these things, it was obviously more important for him to eat. Well, I'll ask an off-topic question. I have asked these questions before, but you never said it. Why did you suddenly ask me so much today? Lin Yi couldn't help but ask curiously. The sun rose from the west. Lin Dongfang said casually without sincerity. Ah. Lin Yi was speechless and smiled bitterly. I asked so seriously. Even if you want to deal with it, can you at least be more sincere? It's too disrespectful. Alright, since you've asked so sincerely, I'll be merciful and answer you with sincerity. I didn't tell you this before because your level wasn't high enough, so no matter how much I said, it would be useless. But now, although it's still useless, at least I can give you a direction to work towards. You don't have to be complacent and make no progress. Is that okay? Lin Dongfang glanced at him and said. Still not sincere, but it's more like a human. Lin Yi chuckled. Actually, even if you didn't say that, I wouldn't have stayed where I was. My training isn't just for myself, it's for the people around me. I can't stop for them. This was the truth. Based on what he did on the Heaven Stage Island, returning to the secular world to save a group of beauties was his biggest motivation. It was also because of this that he did not dare to slack off. In just 3 years, he soared from the early stage of foundation establishment all the way to the early stage of profound ascension. This kind of miracle was difficult for outsiders to understand. Even he himself felt that it was incredible when he thought about it. Not bad, at least a little responsible. Lin Dongfang rarely praised. By the way, there's one more thing I've always wanted to ask. Lin Yi suddenly took out the jade pendant he wore and asked, You should know what's going on with my jade pendant, right? Although he had obtained the jade pendant in a fortuitous encounter in the cave, when he gradually discovered the magic of the jade pendant, he knew that the origin of the jade pendant was definitely not simple. Moreover, from Lin Dongfang's behavior, it could be seen that the old man definitely knew about it. Moreover, it was very likely that this magical jade pendant was related to the old man. Lin Dongfang was silent for a moment, as if recalling the past. Then, he slowly said, Back then, your master, your father, and I traveled together in the Miaojiang Valley. There, we met a very powerful science and technology doctor. His name was Sun Sikong. Wait. Sun Sikong. Lin Yi's mind flashed, and he immediately jumped in shock. Isn't Sun Sikong Jing's master? He's actually your friend. Not only that, but he's also a mad scientist under your grandfather. Back then, he came to Earth to protect your father. To a certain extent, it was his magical glasses that created your master. It was your master's starting point from the ordinary to the extraordinary. Lin Dongfang couldn't help but feel a little emotional when he said this. Thinking back, his days were full of legends like Lin Yi's. The name of the twin evils Vajra was so terrifying that people would tremble in fear. Now, he was holed up in the West Star Mountain village in retirement. Thinking about it made one sigh. Then what does he have to do with the jade pendant? Lin Yi was confused. The relationship is very simple. This jade pendant was made by him. Lin Dongfang's words were shocking. Chapter 5164. What else do you think? Not only this jade pendant, but the caves and valleys that you encountered in the past were all arranged by us in advance to fool you. Do you really think that a pie fell from the sky and you can have a fortuitous encounter just by taking a few steps? How can there be so many fortuitous encounters in the world? Do you think you are making up a novel? Lin Dongfang curled his lips. Ugh, are you kidding me? Lin Yi blushed with shame. But when he thought about it, he was still young and playful. If there were no fortuitous encounters, he would not have been so curious and diligent in his cultivation. This group of people really put in a lot of effort. Now you know what it means to be a parent in the world. For the sake of letting you cultivate properly, all of us have to go through all this trouble. We're all playing with you, said Lin Dongfang with a smile. Wait a minute. Since this jade pendant was made by Sun Sikong, what about Zhao Lao? What's the matter with Zhao Lao? A living person can't be made by him, right? Lin Yi asked quickly. That's not it. That's not it. Zhao Yazi is a real person. I think he's your grandfather's martial nephew or something. Anyway, it's a mess. I don't know the specifics. You should ask them yourself in the future. In short, your entire family and your master are in big trouble. Lin Dongfang said in a low voice. Is it because of this center? Lin Yi asked quickly. Yes, it's the center. Li Buoyang was your grandfather's classmate. This person is not to be underestimated. Sun Sikong's technology level is good enough, right? In comparison, he is not bad at all. Otherwise, it is impossible for the center to have such advanced technology. This person is a great enemy. Lin Dongfang said with a rare serious expression. Although he already knew that the grudge between his family and the center could be traced back to his grandfather's generation, Lin Yi was still a little confused when he heard these words. He really did not expect that his family and the center would be a feud of 3 generations. In fact, until now, he was still a little puzzled. There was clearly no irreconcilable hatred between him and the center, but for some reason, they always unconsciously walked to the opposite side and always had all kinds of conflicts. He even felt that the center was troublesome because of this, but now, it seemed that this was originally a predetermined fate. In this way, from now on, Lin Yi would no longer have to play tricks on the center. Even if he wanted to kill the center, Lin Yi wouldn't feel any guilt. After all, this was what he was supposed to do. Now that you mention it, I'm under a lot of pressure. Although Lin Yi smiled bitterly, the expression on his face was very resolute. In the past, it didn't matter if he didn't know about this, but now it was different. The burden on his shoulders was even heavier. Now that he had identified this powerful enemy at the center, no matter who it was, they would feel a lot of pressure. Even though he had always been fearless, he couldn't help but feel a little heavy. What pressure do you have? Lin Dongfang curled his lips disapprovingly and said with a smile, although the center is not to be trifled with, so far, they at most only pay attention to you. For the time being, they won't gather their strength to deal with a little brat like you. If you want to talk about pressure, it's on your master and your parents. They are facing the true strength of the center. Then, where are my master and my parents now? Lin Yi hurriedly asked. It was definitely impossible for them to be on Earth. Otherwise, with modern communication methods, it would be impossible for him not to receive any news. According to his speculation, they were either in another plane like Heavenly Island, or in outer space. Although it sounded too unrealistic with the current technological means of the secular world, don't forget that whether it was the center or Sun Sikong, they were both far above the secular world in terms of technology. This was not completely impossible. I'm not too sure about the specifics because I haven't been there before. Roughly speaking, it should be in another plane. Lin Dongfang's answer was just as Lin Yi expected. The same as Heavenly Island. Lin Yi's eyes lit up. There are still some differences. As far as I know, that is the transfer point of the four-dimensional space. Because of some reason, they are now in a deadlock with the center there. As for the exact situation, I don't know. Lin Dongfang sighed and said. Can I go? Lin Yi suddenly felt a surge of emotions. He had never seen his parents, but he had absolute confidence in his master, Yang Ming, so he wasn't too worried about Yang Ming and his parents' situation. However, it would be a lie to say that he wasn't worried at all. Moreover, he really wanted to see his parents as soon as possible. This was human nature. You? What are you going to do with your little strength? Run to be cannon fodder and a burden. Lin Dongfang glared at him. Lin Yi thought that with the strength of his current Yuan Shen, a mere foundation establishment great perfection couldn't even make a living in the Archaic Alliance, let alone run to support Master Yang Ming. He could only say, what if it's my real body? Can I do it with the strength of the early stage of mysterious ascension? Let's not talk about whether your strength is enough or not. Even if it is, I don't know how to get there. What's the use of asking me? Lin Dongfang shook his head and said earnestly, the most important thing for you now is to practice hard. When you are strong enough, no matter what you do, you will be able to get twice the result with half the effort. As for the four-dimensional space, wait until you have the strength to run amok on Heavenly Island. It's still too early to talk about it now. Lin Yi hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily. Well, I know what to do. As Lin Dongfang said, his current strength was still obviously insufficient. Although his main body could possess the strength comparable to a magnate realm master at the early stage of the mysterious ascension realm, this strength was far from first class even in the heavenly stage island. He was still far from those real top masters, not to mention the mysterious and unfathomable center. One day, when he really had the strength to run amok on Heaven Stage Island, then he could really help Master Yang Ming and his parents. Although he was anxious, at the moment, he could only turn his impatience into motivation to work hard and strive to reach the next level as soon as possible. Okay, that's enough for today. You can slowly ask them later. Come, let's go eat. After Lin Dongfang said, he was busy snatching food. Chapter 5165. Shaking his head with a wry smile, Lin Yi had no choice but to follow him. However, the old man had said enough today. At least he was no longer as clueless about his own affairs as before. He finally had a plan. He had a clear goal and direction for the future, but for now, Lin Yi had to stop his original plan. The center was so cautious that he could not continue to incite defection. He could only wait and see. However, what Lin Yi did not expect was that at the same time he stopped his instigating plan, the center's instigating plan also entered a stage of stagnation. He had not been able to recruit new disciples of the Archaic Alliance for a long time. On the one hand, it was mainly because there were only a few disciples of the Archaic Alliance who were really familiar with them. Even Xue Jianfeng, who seemed to have a wide network of people, had only managed to recruit Qin Yuan after such a long time. Even so, he was secretly instigated by Lin Yi. Needless to say, the others were even worse. No one dared to talk about this kind of thing unless they were really familiar with each other. Otherwise, if word got out, it would be the end of them. Besides, Bing Wuqing and the others had been secretly subdued by Lin Yi, so it was only natural that they did not put in any effort. On the other hand, even the doctor himself had doubts. Although there were no signs of secret betrayal by Bing Wuqing and the others after installing a listening device, the fact that Bing Wuqing and the others had gone to the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island had sounded an alarm in his heart. Secretly instigating defection must be done like boiling a frog in warm water. He could not take too big a step, otherwise, it would be easy to pull the wool over his eyes. However, it was not a solution to keep this stalemate. It was right to be cautious, but if there was no progress at all, he would not be able to explain it to Lan Xiaoru when she asked. The archaic plan was a step forward that he had been planning for a long time. He could not give up halfway. Just when the doctor was at his wit's end, the envoy from the headquarters of the center of the secular world came unexpectedly, which shocked the doctor. In the past, he had always taken the initiative to report to Lan Xiaoru regularly, and this had never happened before. The central headquarters actually sent a special envoy. Could it be that Lan Xiaoru had sent him to punish him? Special envoy, what is your purpose for coming here this time? The doctor asked cautiously. The special envoy did not answer directly, but looked at Brother Dofing next to him with some wariness. The meaning was clear. Oh, by the way, Dofing, go and patrol the surroundings to see if there are any abnormalities. The bespectacled doctor immediately sent Brother Dofing away. Yes. Although Big Brother Feng wanted to stay and listen to what was going on, there were too many loopholes. He could only nod in agreement, thinking that if there were any secret operations, even if he didn't directly participate in them in the future, he would definitely be able to find some clues. After Big Brother Dofing left, the envoy took out 2 letters and handed them to the bespectacled doctor. This is a secret letter from Dr. Lan to you. It's a commendation and affirmation of your achievements. He hopes that you can continue to push the primordial project to the next level and pave the way for the future. All right. Thank you for your compliment, Dr. Lan. Thank you for the trouble. The bespectacled doctor breathed a sigh of relief, but when he took the letter, he was stunned. Why are there 2 letters? In addition to the secret letter Dr. Lan gave you, there is also a letter from Heavenly Island. Dr. Lan specifically asked you to deliver it to Lin Yi under the Central Express delivery, said the envoy. A letter to be delivered to Lin Yi. Didn't the Central Express delivery suspend this service a long time ago? Why did it start again? The bespectacled doctor was surprised. He took the letter and looked at the envelope carefully. He was about to tear it open to see what was inside. However, the envoy stopped him and said sternly, before coming, Dr. Lan specifically told me that anything related to Lin Yi is a top secret. Anything related to Lin Yi is a top secret, including herself. No one in the common world headquarters can look into it. This is what the higher-ups want. This. The bespectacled doctor choked. He remembered that Lan Xiaoru had specifically told him not to provoke Lin Yi. He couldn't help but be more curious. What was the background of this Lin Yi? Why did the higher-ups pay so much attention to him? At this moment, he felt like 100 claws were scratching his heart. The more the higher-ups were like this, the more curious he became. However, he also knew that curiosity killed people. In the end, he didn't dare to peek at Lin Yi's letter. It would be bad if he accidentally saw some shocking secret. After all, the more he knew, the faster he would die. But how should I deliver this letter to Lin Yi? Can't we just send someone to deliver it directly? Wouldn't that expose ourselves in public? The bespectacled doctor couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Dr. Lan said that this is your problem. If you can't even handle such a small matter, then what's the point of talking about the primordial plan? The envoy relayed. The corners of the bespectacled doctor's mouth twitched. If this guy wasn't Lan Xiaoru's envoy, he would have slapped him 14,000 times just for this tone. In the end, he endured it and said in a deep voice, "Okay, I'll arrange it." After thinking about it, it was impossible for him to send this letter directly to Lin Yi. That would be equivalent to exposing himself in front of the Primordial Alliance. In the future, he could forget about the primordial plan. However, since Lan Xiaoru had given the order, he had to deliver this letter. The bespectacled doctor glanced at Big Brother Feng in the distance, and an idea came to his mind. It was not impossible to secretly leak the contents of the letter to Lin Yi through this traitor. However, after thinking about it carefully, he rejected the idea. After all, this was a letter. When the time came, he still needed Lin Yi's letter. It was not like Lin Yi could secretly send the letter through Big Brother Feng again. That would be too ridiculous. No, the Central Courier can't appear in this transit archipelago no matter what. This letter can only be delivered in the secular world at most. It's only reasonable for their own people to deliver it. The bespectacled doctor muttered to himself for a long time. Suddenly, he slapped his head. Right, the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. Although there was no one left in Lin Yi's mansion, the Supernatural Investigation Bureau couldn't follow him in. This was an important support for him to influence and control all the cultivation forces in the secular world. As long as the letter was delivered to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau, it would naturally be delivered to Lin Yi's hands. In fact, it was just as the bespectacled doctor expected. In order to ensure the stability of the forces in the secular world, Lin Yi would come out every once in a while to notify Feng Tianlong of the Supernatural Investigation Bureau. This letter was quickly delivered to him. Lin Yi was quite surprised to receive a letter like this from Sky Class Island, since when did the center start doing this kind of express service between Sky Class Island and the common world? Chapter 5166. It was not until he finished reading Tian Chan's handwritten letter that Lin Yi realized that the center was giving face to Okuda. She was indeed a big shot from a super family. Even the center had to treat her carefully. In comparison, Lin Yi was still far behind. In addition to expressing her concern, Tian Chan also mentioned some of the current situation of Tiandan Pavilion. Although Lin Yi frowned secretly, he could do nothing about the current situation. After all, even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. Without enough high-grade elixirs, the business would gradually be snatched away by Jing Dongxing, a 7th-grade alchemist. From the very beginning, Lin Yi had only prepared 3 months for his primordial spirit projection. According to what Southern Sky Aurora had said, 3 months was basically the limit of primordial spirit projection. Hence, the high-grade elixirs he had prepared in advance could only last him for 3 months. However, he hadn't expected that because of the starring charcoal, he would actually be able to last until now unscathed. It was within his expectations that the Heavenly Pill Pavilion would fall into a predicament. However, Tiandan Pavilion could only rely on Tian Chan and the others to continue holding on. Although Lin Yi seemed to have nothing to do in the secular world, after all, the Archaic Alliance had emerged. Moreover, the Archaic trial was coming soon. As long as there was a chance, Lin Yi would have to explore it in person. In comparison, the predicament of Tiandan Pavilion was only a small matter. Fortunately, the Heavenly Dan Pavilion was only in a difficult situation. With the good reputation it had built in the past few years, at most, its business would shrink a little, but it would not face the desperate situation of closing down. Moreover, with the help of a big shot like Okuda, the medicine sect would at most do some shameful tricks in the dark. It would not be a serious blow. The Heavenly Dan Pavilion was still as stable as Mount Tai. As usual, this was a letter of acknowledgement. After reading it, Lin Yi immediately replied to Tian Chan and the others. In addition to introducing the situation on his side to reassure Tian Chan and the others, he also mentioned another thing in the letter, asking them to collect the cultivation methods of various sects on Heaven Stage Island. It wasn't just a whim. In fact, Lin Yi had been thinking about it for a long time. When he used the art of tranquility to subdue Axayanijia, he was already thinking that he should have collected more of the sect's arts if he knew about it. It did not need to be so profound and exquisite, as long as it was the entry-level cultivation method of various sects on Heaven Stage Island, then he would not only be the granduncle of the Blue Clouds sect on the North Island, he believed that no matter which archaic sect he went to, he would be worshipped as a granduncle. Especially if he wanted to further contact with the Archaic Alliance in the future, these cultivation methods of sects would be the best stepping stone. Of course, with the ability of Tian Chan and the others, it was not easy to collect the cultivation methods of various sects on Heaven Stage Island on a large scale. After all, these were the secrets of various sections. Even the most basic entry-level cultivation method would never be made public. There were only two ways to get it, either by bribing the internal disciples of these sects, or directly from the black market at a high price. Sitting on the Tiandan Pavilion, a money-making machine, Tian Chan and the others did not lack spiritual jade. As long as the cultivation methods of various sects were available on the black market, it should not be difficult to get them. The difficult part was the tight-lipped sects on Heaven's Stage Island. If they did not even have it on the black market, then it would be a little troublesome. However, Lin Yi still said so in the letter. He believed that Tian Chan and the others would definitely help him with these things. Even if he could not buy it on the black market, he could always think of other ways. Of course, he only said that the more cultivation methods of various sects, the better. He did not say that he had to get all of them. It did not matter if he could not get them. The reply was sent quickly, because before the other party sent it, they had already said that they would come to the Supernatural Investigation Bureau to pick it up in 3 days. As for how they knew the address of the bureau, there was no need to ask anymore. After all, the bureau did not have a high degree of confidentiality. Basically, all the cultivation forces knew the location of the headquarters, so it was not difficult for the center to find out. After that, Lin Yi returned to his peaceful life. Other than practicing some practical spiritual techniques, the rest of his time was to pay attention to the situation of Ling Shan and the others. After these few months of dedicated training, with the rich spiritual qi in the surroundings and the supreme grade foundation establishment elixir provided by Lin Yi, although the difficulty of breaking through was much higher than that of ordinary people, they had already reached the threshold of breaking through. They were only one step away from foundation building. However, this final step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens for most people, and many people were unable to take this final step even if they spent their entire lives. This required not only natural talent and aptitude, but even more importantly, perseverance and determination. If they couldn't cut off all means of retreat, then foundation establishment was bound to be an extravagant hope that was far beyond their reach. Lin Yi knew all of this, but there was nothing he could do. He could only wait for the moment when everyone came to their senses. On the other side, the professor was getting more and more curious about Lin Yi, especially after he sent the letter away. He was constantly trying to guess who this Lin Yi really was. Unfortunately, Xiaoru had given him strict orders, and he didn't dare open Lin Yi's letter without permission, nor did he dare test Lin Yi. After all, if he made a mistake, it wouldn't just be his future, he might even lose his life. But even so, he could tell from the cautious attitude of his superiors that Lin Yi's true identity was a very powerful existence. If he could figure out a way to get to the bottom of this, he might be able to do something great. Of course, this had to be done without anyone noticing, otherwise he'd be in big trouble if word got out. Just as the professor was hesitating, Xue Jianfeng came uninvited and asked with a fawning smile, "Sir, about the focus training program you mentioned to me last time, I wonder if it has been approved." "Hee, you're really impatient." "Hee, you sure are impatient. The key training program means a lot of resources, and the quota is extremely rare. There aren't many people in the entire center who can get such treatment. They need to weigh all aspects and determine that you have the value of key training. You've only been there for a few days, how can you be approved so easily?" The bespectacled doctor shook his head and sneered. Yes, this subordinate is eager to make contributions and wants to quickly improve my strength so that I can rope in the Archaic Alliance for our center. Xue Jianfeng said shamelessly. Chapter 5167. Thank you for the promotion. Xue Jianfeng hurriedly expressed his loyalty. Soon after, he smiled awkwardly and said, "This subordinate has been looking for a suitable target to instigate defection recently, but because I don't have a reliable relationship, I don't dare to speak rashly for the sake of safety. However, the higher-ups can rest assured that this subordinate has always done his utmost for the center's matters. I believe there will be new developments soon." In order to surpass Bing Wuqing, he was trying his best to make a contribution. If he wasn't afraid of getting into trouble, he might have developed a bunch of subordinates. There's no rush. For the sake of safety, don't be greedy. The bespectacled professor warned solemnly. After thinking for a while, he suddenly said, "By the way, how much do you know about Lin Yi?" Lin Yi? Shui Jianfang was stunned. He scratched his head and said, "I don't know much about this. I only know that he's the president of the Cultivators Association in the secular world, and also the Grand Master of the Green Cloud sect in the North Island. That's all." If that's the case. The bespectacled doctor fell into deep thought. What Shui Jianfang had said was just the surface information, which could be easily found out. Just these two identities alone could be used to intimidate ordinary cultivators, but it would be pure nonsense to say that the entire center would be afraid of them. Is it possible that the higher-ups want to do something to Lin Yi? Shui Jianfang observed his expression and was delighted at the same time. He hated Lin Yi to the core. If it wasn't for the higher-up stopping him, he would have done it long ago. No, don't think too much. I'm just curious about Lin Yi's identity and background. The higher-ups have repeatedly ordered us not to provoke Lin Yi. Don't stir up trouble for me. The bespectacled professor shook his head repeatedly. Then, I'll think of a way to find out. Shui Jianfang was eager to show off, so he volunteered immediately. You? What can you think of? The bespectacled professor couldn't help but be suspicious. Lin Yi was from the secular world. What could he, Shui Jianfang, who came from the Archaic Alliance, find out? People always come up with ideas. As long as we try a few more times, we'll get something. Don't you think so? Shui Jianfang smiled. But we can't mess with Lin Yi. The bespectacled doctor was still worried. Yes, we won't provoke Lin Yi, but there's no rule that says we can't touch anyone around him, right? Shui Jianfang suggested, rolling his eyes. He didn't know about Lin Yi, but Ling Shan and the others around him should know something about him. As long as he could think of a way to pry open their mouths, he wouldn't have to worry about not getting anything. You want to start with the people around him. Hearing that, the bespectacled doctor became interested, but then he shook his head and said, "It's not realistic. Those people are now practicing in the territory of Green Cloud sect in the North Island. Lin Yi and Lin Dongfang are always together, and Xianyi Jie is helping them. It's not easy to find a breakthrough from them. What's more, if you want to do something to them, you can't avoid Lin Yi. In the end, you still have to confront him. It's useless." That might not be the case. Shui Jianfang pinched his chin and sneered. What do you mean? The bespectacled doctor frowned as he looked at him, not knowing what he was planning. It's hard to find a chance under normal circumstances, but it's the competition soon. If we do it right, we might have a chance. Shui Jianfang said, pretending to be profound. Competition. The bespectacled doctor paused. That's right. This is a tradition of the Archaic Alliance. Every time before the primordial trials, there will be a grand competition. Only those with sufficient strength will be able to participate in the primordial trials. Otherwise, they'll just be throwing their lives away. Although this time's primordial trials is rather special, as long as there are no accidents, this tradition will definitely not be lost, explained Shui Jianfang. So what? Even if it's a competition, it's your Archaic Alliance's business. What does it have to do with Lin Yi and the others? The bespectacled doctor still didn't understand. That's not difficult. Since they're already staying on the transit islands, it's not difficult to force them to participate in the competition. Shui Jianfang smiled confidently. Just like how he forced Lin Yi and the others to participate in the seabed mining last time, they just had to repeat the same trick for this competition. Moreover, any disciple who wanted to participate in the archaic trials had to pass the test of the competition first. If Lin Yi and the others had fantasies about participating in the archaic trials, it was even more impossible for them to avoid it. But even if they participate in the competition, what does it have to do with what we just said? The bespectacled doctor asked curiously. Of course it does. Think about it, the biggest problem we have now is that Lin Yi and the people around him are all holed up in the Azure Cloud Sex territory. As long as we make a move during the competition and kill one or two of them, Lin Yi will definitely get angry with me. At that time, no matter if I lure him out or if he does something else, we'll always be able to find an opportunity. What do you think? Xue Jianfang said proudly. The bespectacled doctor pondered for a moment and finally nodded. That's a good idea. As long as we can provoke him, we'll naturally be able to find a flaw. It'll be much easier for us to deal with the aftermath later. That's right, and this won't go against the orders from the higher-ups. 1. We didn't do anything to Lin Yi, and 2. This is the Archaic Alliance's competition. Even if we accidentally kill someone, it'll be reasonable. No one can blame anyone. Xue Jianfeng grinned. Alright, we'll do that. I'll leave this to you then. When you're done, I think your priority training spot will be approved as well. Don't disappoint me. The bespectacled doctor agreed. Yes, I'll wait and see then. Xue Jianfeng was overjoyed. He couldn't deal with Lin Yi directly right now, but dealing with Ling Shan and the people around Lin Yi would be a way for him to vent his anger. He could also use this to get into the doctor's good graces and get priority training. It was killing two birds with one stone. Half a month went by in a flash, and this half a month was full of surprises for Lin Yi and the others. Starting from Ling Shan, everyone had been breaking through to Foundation establishment one after another. Even Ziyu and the others, who were the weakest among them, had all become Foundation establishment practitioners. This was an unbelievable miracle. Lin Dongfang couldn't help but smile as he looked at everyone excitedly having a bonfire party. You really don't plan on telling them? Chapter 5168. You're quite thoughtful, kid. You're starting to sound like a boss now. Lin Dongfang gave a rare nod of praise before continuing, but speaking of which, this demi-spirit state you've been using lately is really useful, being able to send the 5 elements' murderous energy into their bodies without anyone noticing. It's not easy at all. Just as Lin Dongfang said, the reason why Ling Shan and the others were able to break through in this short half a month wasn't entirely because of their own hard work, it was mainly because of Lin Yi's secret guidance. Otherwise, even if some of them had succeeded, it'd only be a small portion, and it wouldn't have been like this. After all, breaking through was an extremely difficult thing, and unless Lin Yi directly helped them increase their strength like before, they couldn't afford to be distracted at all during the process, let alone be disturbed or affected in the slightest. As a result, even if he knew that they were all one step away, Lin Yi couldn't help them even if he wanted to. Even if he had a thorough understanding of the entire process, even if he had already thought of a way to use the murderous energy to guide them through the last step, he still couldn't do anything about it. Once Lin Yi got close, everyone would be affected, and they'd lose that desperate state of breakthrough. It wouldn't be a matter of one step, and it wouldn't matter how much help Lin Yi gave them then. Fortunately, after this period of trial and error, Lin Yi could already familiarize himself with the demi-spirit state. This state had many uses. Not only could he avoid physical attacks like he did with Bing Wuqing, but there was also an unexpected benefit: he could freely control qi from afar. This was completely different from controlling the 5 elements killing qi after attacking in the past. Remote control of the 5 elements killing qi after attacking could at most be regarded as a kind of rough control, but it was absolutely impossible to rely on this to guide everyone to Foundation establishment. This process had to be extremely precise, and even if Lin Yi put his hand on them, he might not be able to do it, much less control it from afar. However, the demi-spirit state he'd grasped made the impossible possible. This was because in this state, as long as it was within the range of his soul, he could freely control the killing intent of the 5 elements as if it was in his body. In particular, in this state, the senses of his soul were much more sensitive than usual. Using it to guide everyone through the final step was no longer a fantasy, but a reality. This is the result of months of hard work. If I can't even do something as simple as this, I'd cry myself to death. Lin Yi smiled faintly at the clueless crowd. Keep showing off. Lin Dongfang rolled his eyes. He'd seen everything from the beginning to the end, and knew that it was a pleasant surprise. This Lin Yi was getting thicker and thicker, and he didn't even blush when he was bragging. Lin Yi couldn't help but smile, and said with some relief, "Fortunately, everyone reached foundation building in time, or we wouldn't be able to make it to the next trial." Xanijia had already told him about the trial, and he intended to bring everyone to the Archean trials for a share of the loot. Naturally, he'd let everyone participate in the trial. Although the trial itself had no threshold, and even those with the strength of Heaven's stage could participate, they would be the weakest. Not only would they not be able to achieve a satisfactory ranking, they might not even be able to guarantee their own safety, and that would not be worth it. But then again, even if everyone succeeded in reaching foundation building, compared to the disciples of the Archean Alliance, their strength was almost at the bottom, and the situation was still not optimistic. Fortunately, they'd made up for the difference in quality, and there was a glimmer of hope. "Have you really decided?" Lin Dongfang asked. "Yes." Lin Yi nodded, and said seriously, "After you told me those things, I always have a lingering sense of urgency. Not only do I have to improve my strength, but the people around me also have to think of ways to improve their strength. This time, the Archean trials is a very rare opportunity, and I don't want them to miss it." Before this, Lin Yi's attitude towards everyone participating in the Archean trials was still ambiguous, but now it was different. After knowing that the center of the trial was a powerful and omnipresent threat, if he didn't quickly improve everyone's strength, he wouldn't feel safe. If that's the case, then you have to put in some effort in this trial, or else if they only rely on themselves, it'll be difficult. Lin Dongfang raised his eyebrows. "Yes, but if the thing I want can be delivered in time, it can save a lot of trouble." Lin Yi smiled, and looked up and down Lin Dongfang. "Don't waste your time, you can solve this trivial matter yourself. Don't always think of grabbing this old man's able-bodied men. In a few days, I still have to go back to the West Star Mountain village." Lin Dongfang quickly said. "How do you know I want to grab able-bodied men?" "You guessed it pretty accurately," Lin Yi said, surprised. "Nonsense, as soon as you stick out your ass, I know what shit you're going to shit. Do I still need to guess?" Lin Dongfang snorted. On Heaven's Stage Island, Tian Chan and the others finally received Lin Yi's reply. When they learned that Lin Yi was safe and sound, they couldn't help but be overjoyed. They could finally relax after a few months. As for the matter that Lin Yi asked them to do in the letter, Wei Shinjin immediately went to do it. He was very familiar with the Middle Island, and it was the same for the black market. As long as there was enough spiritual jades, there was nothing that couldn't be bought. Sure enough, in just half a day, Wei Shinjin got 21 entry-level mental cultivation methods of each sect. After 3 days, the number had increased to as many as 32. Although it was still far from the number of sects on Heaven's Stage Island, it was already quite a considerable number. These 32 entry-level mental cultivation methods were mainly from the sects on Middle Island and North Island. As for the other Heaven's Stage Islands, they weren't included. South Island was the territory of the Spirit Beast clan, and there was no such thing as cultivating mental cultivation methods. West Island was an iron plate, and it was far from Middle Island. Naturally, the entry-level mental cultivation methods wouldn't wander into the black market of Middle Island. As for East Continent, it was needless to say that ordinary people couldn't get it at all. Even if they got it, they wouldn't have the guts to sell it in the black market. After all, the deterrent power of East Continent was not to be taken lightly. Chapter 5169. Although he could still gain something if he continued, it would definitely drag on for a long time, and the harvest would certainly not be too big. Therefore, after Wei Shinjin summarized these cultivation methods, he handed them over to Tian Chan, and then asked Okuda to send the letter out. Okuda did not feel that this was troublesome at all. Instead, he was very happy. If something really happened to Lin Yi in the secular world, he might come and help him. But since Lin Yi was safe and sound, he was still a potential stock worth trying to make friends with. This kind of small matter was naturally not a problem. If he could sell a favor with a casual greeting, he would be more than happy to do so. It had to be said that Okuda's face was really useful. The last time the center was willing to send a letter was already an exception. Now, with a casual greeting from him, Wan Xiaoru did not hesitate to give him the green light. But after seeing the thick stack of letters, he couldn't help but be surprised. When he opened them, he saw a variety of entry-level cultivation methods. Why did he get so much garbage? Wan Xiaoru casually muttered. These entry-level mental cultivation methods of various sects were worthless in her eyes. Even on the Heaven Stage Island, they were just common goods. Naturally, she would not take them seriously. She immediately sent someone to the secular world. After these things were sent to the secular world, Lan Xiaoru and the glasses doctor also muttered the same thing. However, without the permission of the main body, Wan Xiaoru, they did not dare to privately open Lin Yi's things. It was just that anyone who saw this thick stack of things would be curious. Those who did not know would think that they were recycling old newspapers. In any case, this collection of cultivation methods of the sects on Heaven Step Island was finally sent to Lin Yi. After skimming through it, Lin Yi could not help but be overjoyed. These things were just common goods on Heaven Step Island, but in his hands, especially at this critical moment when the Archaic Alliance appeared, it was priceless. Especially now, this summary of mental cultivation methods not only had long-term value, it also had the practical value of putting out a fire. Lin Yi gathered Ling Shan and the others and asked Auntie Qing to make their specialties. The group chatted and laughed around the table, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Ziyu spoke up first. Lin Yi bro, let's just set a rule. We'll meet every 3 days from now on. Look, we just had a campfire party 2 days ago, and now we can eat Auntie Qing's specialties. How nice is that? Yes, that's how it should be. Everyone agreed with a smile. Sure, as long as you're happy. Besides, everyone has been working hard during this period. We should relax a little. Lin Yi immediately agreed. Although he had been reunited with everyone for a few months, it was rare for them to have a proper and relaxed gathering like this. At first, they had to deal with the troublemaking disciples of the Archaic Alliance. Then, they had to talk to Axayanigia. After that, they came to this transit island. Although they had settled down, it was a pity that everyone was either busy building the Seaview Villa or cultivating non-stop. It wasn't just Ling Shan and Qin Tian, who were extremely responsible, but even Ziyu and the others, who didn't have much of an interest in training, acted very conscientiously here. After all, they were surrounded by Archaic Alliance disciples, and this wasn't just a simple pressure. It was more of a sense of urgency. They didn't want to drag Lin Yi down. Especially when they'd been in seclusion for the past few months. They hadn't had a chance to gather with Lin Yi since the beginning, let alone relax like this. That's great. Ziyu jumped up in excitement and said something that made Lin Yi and the others smile. Why do I feel like I'm done with the exam? It's so relaxing. We've finally reached foundation after so long of closed-door training, but it's just a test. Everyone laughed. It was rare that they all succeeded, and it felt like the high school entrance exams. There were no test papers or textbooks, or they'd burn them all to celebrate. Well said, but your exam isn't over yet. Breaking through to foundation only means that you've gotten a pass. The real highlight is next. Lin Yi said, pouring cold water on them. Boss, you're talking about the test. Qin Tian couldn't help but ask. He was the first one to come out of seclusion, and the competition had become a common topic among almost all the Archaic Alliance disciples. You could hear about it just by walking around. It was impossible not to know. You can say that. Lin Yi nodded. He wanted to say that it was the Archaic Trials, but calling it the test wasn't wrong. If they couldn't even pass the test, then there was no point in talking about the Archaic Trials. We're participating as well. Ling Shan paused, and the others were curious as well. They'd been training on their own ever since they came to the Transfer Islands, and they didn't have anything to do with the Archaic Alliance. According to what Lin Yi said, this place was their future base, and they didn't think they'd need to interact with the Archaic Alliance. That's right. According to what I know, only those who obtain a certain ranking in the trials will have the qualifications to participate in the trials of the Archaic era. This is an extremely rare opportunity, and I hope that everyone will be able to participate. Archaic Trials. Everyone looked at each other when they heard this. They were completely unprepared for this, but they had always followed Lin Yi's orders. Since Lin Yi had already said so, they wouldn't have any objections. After digesting it for a while, they all nodded in agreement. That's great. They're just going to travel overseas at most, but we're going to travel outside the world. It's so much better. Ziyu was very excited. The group couldn't help but smile. Lin Yi smiled. Sure, then you might as well write a travel book about the Archaic Jianghu. I guarantee you'll be the only one in the world. Sure, but if we really go to the Archaic Jianghu, will we be able to come back? Ziyu asked the question that was on everyone's mind. The Archaic Alliance's test happened once every 1,000 years, and even if they could live that long, the entire world might be gone after 1,000 years, let alone their friends and family. Chapter 5170. Then there's no problem. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief in unison. Even though they wanted to improve their strength as soon as possible, it wasn't too realistic for them to really give up everything in the mortal world for this. It couldn't be any better if they were able to freely travel between the primeval underworld and the mortal world. The competition isn't far away. Relax is relax, but we still need to familiarize ourselves with the foundational level. Don't ask for too much, just get used to it. Understand? Lin Yi said. Boss, even if we get used to it, we're still just the weakest early phase of foundational. It's not going to be a good idea to participate in the competition with this level of strength, right? Yu Bing frowned. Everyone followed Lin Yi and had high spirits, but thinking that their opponents in the competition were all from the Archaic Alliance, they couldn't help but feel nervous. After all, they were on a completely different level. It's a bit difficult, but I got this from Tian Chan on Sky Class Island. It'll come in handy. Lin Yi smiled faintly. What is it? Everyone took the thick stack of papers from Lin Yi's hands and passed them around, a compilation of all the entry-level arts on Sky Class Island. That's right. I asked Tian Chan to get this. With this, you'll have a better chance in the competition. Lin Yi nodded. How do we use these? Could it be that they want us to cultivate these mental cultivation methods? We don't have enough time, do we? Everyone was still confused. Although there was a chance to change the cultivation method after reaching the foundation establishment stage, it wasn't something that could be done overnight. No matter how good one's aptitude was, it would be difficult to have any effect without a few months of practice. Those with average aptitude would need a few years of painstaking practice before they could have a small success. What was the use of these few days? Don't get the wrong idea. I'm not telling you to practice these arts. It's just for the competition. As for how to do it, I'll explain it to you after I finish studying it. Lin Yi shook his head with a smile. If he really wanted to find a practitioner's art for everyone, he wouldn't be looking for these common beginner's arts. He had to find a more advanced one that was suitable for everyone's characteristics. They didn't understand what Lin Yi meant, but since he wanted to keep them in suspense, they could only wait. They were the ones participating in the competition, and Lin Yi would give them some advice sooner or later. Right, big bro Lin Yi, how many people did you find on Sky Class Island these years? You haven't told us about them yet. Ziyu asked. Everyone perked up their ears. Lin Yi did tell them about his experiences on Sky Class Island, but it wasn't practical to tell them everything one by one. He could only tell them what he knew, and they were curious about Ziyu's question as well. About that. Let me count. Lin Yi sighed and counted with his fingers. Tian Chan, Sydney, Han Jingjing, Wang Xinyan. There's only 4 of them now. Other than that, there's Zhong Pingliang and Xiao Ran. Zhong Pingliang betrayed us before, and Xiao Ran only got close to us after coming to Sky Class Island. Then what about Qin Shi? Ziyu asked eagerly. I'm not sure. Lin Yi sighed. Qin Shi had gone with Tian Chan and Tian Dai, but he'd only found Tian Chan alone on the middle island, not Qin Shi and Tian Dai. It wasn't hard to guess that Qin Shi and Tian Dai were separated during the teleportation, so even Tian Chan didn't know where the 2 girls were. Otherwise, Tian Chan would have mentioned it before Lin Yi even asked. Ziyu couldn't help but feel disappointed. Will something happen to her? I don't think so. Sky Class Island is huge, and it's normal that we can't find them now. But I'll find them sooner or later. Lin Yi patted Ziyu's shoulder and comforted her. On the other side, Ling Shan wanted to say something as well. Lin Yi knew that she was worried about her sister, Song Lingrui, and could only give her a comforting look. Although he was comforting everyone, Lin Yi was actually more worried than Ziyu and the others. He was just forcing himself to be calm in front of everyone. After all, this was different from when he first went to Sky Class Island. At that time, he didn't know much about Sky Class Island, and he thought that the other islands would be as peaceful and stable as the North. As long as he had the chance to go out, he'd be able to reunite with these people. But now, he was all over the East, West, South, and Center Islands, and most of them were still missing. Lin Yi didn't care about those people who had nothing to do with him. He didn't care if they were dead or alive, but Qin Shi, Tian Dai, Bing Tang, and Song Lingrui were people he had to find no matter what. He couldn't be at ease as long as he didn't hear from them. With that thought, Lin Yi's excitement died down. He was speechless. Even with his current strength and connections, he still couldn't find the whereabouts of these people. He didn't even dare to think about what this meant. He could only run away subconsciously. At the very least, he was sure that the North, Middle, and West Islands didn't have these people. Otherwise, Lin Yi would have found out already. The reason was simple. Even if they were sent to different sky-tier islands during the teleportation process, the practitioners of each island would gather together at the beginning. Tian Chan and Shueli were at the Middle Island, Han Jingjing was at the West Island, and Lin Yi was at the North Island. If Qin Shi and the others were also sent to these 3 islands, they should be able to meet each other. However, another possibility couldn't be completely ruled out, and that was, there might not be only one transmission point on the same island. As far as Lin Yi knew, there was only one transmission point on the North Island, but it might not be the same for the Middle and West Islands. He hadn't investigated it carefully, let alone the South and East Islands. However, even if this was the case, Lin Yi was still sure that these people didn't exist in the North, Middle, and West Islands. After all, he had a good relationship with the high-level leaders of these 3 islands. The deputy island owner of the North Island, Shanghai Tianhua, was his half-master, and the island owner of the West Island, Ning Shangling, was his future mother-in-law. The acting island owner of the Middle Island, Okuda, was also deliberately trying to make friends with him. Chapter 5171. As for the eastern and southern continents, Lin Yi had been there before, and he had some connections there, but his influence in those 2 places paled in comparison to the other 3. The only place he'd been to in the eastern continent was the Golden Class Ocean, and that was only in Skycloud, Morning Star, and Thunder Plains. He didn't know much about it, not to mention the legendary Mystic-class ocean. There were even higher levels of oceans. Lin doubted that any new person from the common world would be able to survive after being teleported there. Xinyan was lucky to have met the Eastern Sea's divine nun, but if she wasn't, then it'd be hard to say. Lin couldn't help but think of that girl from the common world that Yao Jiuli had tortured. She might be one of them. If being teleported to the East continent was considered a bad draw, being teleported to the South continent would be the worst draw with a slim chance of survival. The South continent sea area alone was already chaotic and dangerous, especially if they were teleported to the inland of the South Island, which was the territory of the Spirit Beast clan, which was known as the Forbidden Area for humans. Once they were teleported there, they would not survive and would definitely be killed immediately. Eastern continent, Southern continent. No matter where they were teleported to, it wouldn't be good news, but if they weren't teleported to these two places, then the news would be even worse. If they were teleported to the North, Middle, and West Islands, and there was no news from them, then there was only one worst-case scenario: they'd all met with misfortune. Even Lin couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat at the thought. People were like that. Once they were down, it was easy for them to get stuck in a dead end, unable to pull themselves out. The more they thought about it, the more wrong they'd get, and in the end, they'd really be stuck in a dead end. Lin, are you all right? Ling Shan and the others looked at each other, worried at Lin Yi's face. Lin had always been so confident and optimistic in front of them. What was going on? Oh, I'm fine, just a little distracted. Lin smiled dryly. Really? The others were still worried. It's true. Lin nodded. He didn't dare to tell everyone the truth. After all, everything was just speculation before he got the exact information. He didn't want everyone to worry for nothing. After this incident, everyone's mood was more or less dampened. The originally joyous gathering had to come to an abrupt end, and Ling Shan and the others dispersed to rest. Lin, however, was stopped by Dongfang. You want to slip away after eating? Do you think this is a restaurant? Go and wash the dishes. Lin Dongfang curled his lips in annoyance. Lin glanced at the table full of empty plates and suddenly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just now, everyone was frowning, but their mouths weren't idle at all. They licked the plates quite clean. What are you waiting for? Wash the dishes. Dongfang was still rushing him, but he suddenly said, There's nothing to worry about, they won't die yet. The words came out of nowhere, but Lin understood immediately that the old man was comforting him. He smiled bitterly. I'll accept your words of comfort, but I know what I'm doing. It doesn't look too good. Know what? What do you know? Dongfang laughed. I haven't found any news of them yet, but I've been on Sky-class Island for 3 years, and I've made a name for myself. Even if I haven't confirmed some things, I can still make deductions. Lin sighed. He had to force a smile in front of Ling Shan and the others, but there was no need for it in front of old Lin. That's a deduction, and mine is a divination. Which one do you think is more accurate? Dongfang said with interest. Divination. What divination? Lin blinked. You don't even know about divination. You're pretty ignorant. Dongfang said disdainfully. Wait, isn't divination a superstition? How can you believe in something like that? Lin couldn't help but be surprised. Who told you that divination is a superstition? You're calling something you don't know superstition. You're not at a low level anymore, can you not be so childish? Dongfang curled his lips and explained, Listen up, divination is a very mysterious ancient art. It's hard to say that it's 100% accurate every time, but if it's done by a master, then it's very trustworthy. Ancient art. That's real. Lin Yi's face was full of shock. Something as mysterious as divination was like the talk of ghosts and gods in the eyes of normal people. Even he had always thought that it was just a trick to fool old men and old women. He didn't think that Lin Dongfang would actually say that there was such a thing. Remember, don't jump to conclusions about things that you haven't seen with your own eyes. I can tell you very clearly that divination does exist. However, the number of experts who have truly mastered this ancient secret technique can be counted on one hand, Lin Dongfang said with a serious expression. Yes, I'll remember that. Lin Yi nodded solemnly. But what does this have to do with Qin Shi and the others? You're saying that a master has divined their fates. That's right. From the results of the divination, their lives aren't in danger yet, so you don't have to worry. Dongfang nodded. That's good, that's good. Lin Yi finally let out a breath of relief, but he was still curious. Speaking of which, where did you find this fortune teller, sir? Why don't you introduce me to him and let me broaden my horizons? You. It's about luck to meet such a master. The luck hasn't come yet. Just wait. Lin Dongfang said insincerely. In fact, Lin Yi had already met him before. Lin Yi had already believed it, but now he was starting to wonder again. What opportunity? You didn't make this up to tease me, did you? It's up to you to believe it or not. Lin Dongfang rolled his eyes at him and urged, hurry up and wash the dishes. Don't be so slow. Are you dawdling? Before he finished, Aunt Qing suddenly shouted, don't even think about being lazy. We'll wash the dishes together. Aunt Qing is wise. Lin Yi hurriedly flattered the old man, amused by the look of resentment on old Lin's face. Everything had its counter, after all. 5 days passed in a flash. On this day, Xie and Ijia deliberately suspended the seabed mining and gathered all the disciples of the Archaic Alliance, including the apprentices. Except for Lin Dongfang and Aunt Qing, who went back to the West Star Mountain village to drink water, Lin Yi and the others also attended. Chapter 51-72. Everyone had expected this. They were all excited and rubbed their palms together, eager to give it a try. The trial competition is an old tradition of the Archaic Alliance. I'm sure everyone is familiar with it. However, it's the first time for some of the disciples, so I'll have to explain to everyone what the trial competition is. Xie and Ijia smiled and continued, the trial competition, as the name suggests, is a preparation for the primordial trial. The purpose of this competition is to see if everyone's strength is qualified to participate in the primordial trial. This is also for everyone's safety. After all, the primordial trial is very dangerous. If you're not strong enough, you might die in vain. Martial Uncle Xayan, may I know how to be considered strong enough? Could it be that there's a realm of strength? Only those who are above this realm are qualified, and those who are below this realm are not qualified to participate in the archaic trials. Someone asked impatiently. That's not the case. Even though it's simple and clear, it doesn't conform to the objective of our primeval trials. Everyone must remember that the primeval trials isn't a simple trial. It only exists for a single purpose, and that is to allow those disciples with true strength to distinguish themselves and become the important foster targets of the various primeval sects and clans. Xie and Ijia paused and added, of course, the strength I'm talking about doesn't just refer to the realm. More importantly, it's also about the potential. You should know that a genius with outstanding potential, even if he's only in the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, is definitely not any less valuable than a Foundation Establishment realm expert in the perfected Foundation Establishment realm. Then how do we determine the potential and talent? Do we look at the spiritual root? Everyone asked. The spiritual root is only one aspect. It's too narrow to only look at the spiritual root. After all, there are many so-called geniuses with outstanding spiritual roots but eventually become mediocre. Therefore, The higher-ups of the Archaic Alliance have unanimously decided that only the disciples with outstanding performance in actual combat are the real geniuses that are worth cultivating. Xaneg said seriously. Actual combat. How does that work? Everyone didn't understand what was going on. Although there would always be a grand refinement competition before every primordial refinement competition, the content of every grand refinement competition would be different. In the early days, there was a time where everything was cut off, but in the recent times, there were all sorts of mutual competitions. There were internal competitions between various sects, and there were also group competitions between sections. There were all sorts of forms, and every time, it would be different. Improvisation is also an ability that must be tested. Forgive me for keeping you in suspense for the specific content of the contest. The contest will officially begin 3 days later. I'll explain it to you in detail then. You just need to go back and get yourself ready, said Xaneg with a smile. The people wanted to ask more, but Xaneg was the leader of the team after all, and he was a golden core stage expert. Since he had said so, they dared not ask further. However, Shui Jianfeng did not have such concerns. He was also a golden core stage expert now, so he did not take Xaneg seriously. He immediately said in a sarcastic tone, "Uncle Xan, what you said sounds nice, but who knows if you will secretly reveal it to your own people in advance. I'm afraid it's not fair to everyone, right?" The people were already muttering in their hearts. After being incited by him, their expressions suddenly changed. Everything else was fine, but they were worried about the Blue Clouds sect of the North Island. Xaneg had always had a good image, but no one would believe that he was fair and selfless without any selfishness. At least, the disciples of the Blue Clouds sect of the North Island would leak some information in advance. It did not seem to be a big deal, but one was well prepared, while the other was caught off guard. When it came to the real trial competition, their performance was very different. Even if it was just their wishful thinking, the slightest bit of unfairness would be magnified infinitely in this kind of competition and examination. Everyone would feel that they would be the victim, and eventually, the crowd would be so agitated that it would get out of hand. Shui Jianfeng, are you suspecting that I'm unfair? Xaneg's face darkened and he snorted coldly. No, I dare not. But I think it's better to be open and transparent about things like the trial competition, so that people won't talk behind my back and suspect me. I'm doing this for your own good, Uncle Xan. What do you guys think? Shui Jianfeng said carelessly. Yes, senior brother Shui is right. The crowd agreed in unison. The crowd was so agitated that Xaneg did not dare to suppress it by force. He snorted with a gloomy face and said, "Very well, you're right. But it's a pity that I still can't tell you the content of the competition, because even I don't know it yet. So far, I've only set a general tone. As for the specific competition items, the higher-ups of the Archaic Alliance are still discussing it. The competition items will be sent here on time in 3 days, and we'll know then." The crowd immediately looked at each other. Since even the higher-ups of the Archaic Alliance were still discussing it, there was nothing to doubt. Do you have any more questions? It's better to raise them all at once, so that some people won't gossip behind your back again. Xaneg looked at Shui Jianfeng and said. Shui Jianfeng had repeatedly contradicted him, the leading martial uncle. Even if he had a mild temperament, it was impossible for him to swallow his anger. His stance showed that he was going against Shui Jianfeng. If it was someone else, they would have backed off long ago. However, Shui Jianfeng did not put Xaneg in his eyes at all. After all, he had too many things to rely on. Not to mention that he was an early-stage gold core expert. He had the support of the deputy head of the Snow Sword faction for his father. Most importantly, he had the support of this huge and mysterious organization. With his usual arrogance, it would be strange if he still respected Xaneg. I have another question. Does everyone in the transit islands have to participate in this trial competition? Shui Jianfang opened his mouth and asked, but his eyes were on Lin Yi and the others. He did not know that Lin Yi had already made up his mind to let everyone participate in the trial competition. He was afraid that they would not take the bait. Not necessarily. The archaic trials have never forced anyone to participate. The same goes for the trial competition. It's up to the individual whether they want to participate or not. However, if they give up the trial competition, it's equivalent to giving up the opportunity to participate in the archaic trials, Xanegis said indifferently. The answer was not surprising, but it made Shui Jianfang's face a little pale. The plan that he proposed to the bespectacled doctor had the most basic premise, which was that Lin Yi and the others had to participate in the trial competition. Otherwise, he would be helpless. However, this was different from the mining at the bottom of the sea. After all, to the people present, participating in the trial competition was not an unacceptable obligation. Instead, it was a privilege that most people yearned for from the bottom of their hearts. Chapter 5173. After thinking about it, Shui Jianfang had no choice but to say, the primordial trial this time is a rare event that happens once in 1,000 years. I've long heard about how good it is, but I don't know if the rumors are true or not. Why don't you take this opportunity to tell us about it, Uncle Master Xan? Xanegis frowned and looked at Shui Jianfang strangely. What is this guy talking about? What is he trying to do? Seeing Xanegis' indifferent expression, Shui Jianfang couldn't help but secretly spit. However, he had no other way to lure Lin Yi and the others. Since he couldn't threaten them, he could only tempt them with benefits. He quickly coughed and winked at Bing Wuqing. With Bing Wuqing's character, of course, she wouldn't do such a boring thing with him. However, she remembered that the bespectacled doctor had told her that Shui Jianfang would be in charge of everything related to the trial competition. Therefore, even he couldn't be too disrespectful, or he would be suspected. Elder Axian, I don't know much about this, and I believe everyone is the same. Why don't we satisfy everyone's curiosity? Bing Wuqing could only bite the bullet and play along. That's right. Since the trial competition is a preparation for the primordial trial, it's reasonable to explain the uniqueness of the primordial trial in advance. At least everyone will have an idea. Uncle Master Axian, you're the Uncle Master leading the team. This is also your responsibility, isn't it? Shui Jianfang hurriedly rephrased his words again. That's right, Martial Uncle Axian, please tell us about it. The others were also mobilized. At this point, Xanegis had no choice but to say it. Moreover, it wasn't a secret, so it was not a bad idea to satisfy everyone's curiosity. Alright, but this trial ground only happens once in 1,000 years. I only have a rough idea, and it's not accurate. Just take it as a reference for everyone. Xanegis pondered for a while, then said, any place that can be chosen as a trial ground will definitely have treasures of heaven and earth. This trial ground will definitely have more treasures than other places. However, at the same time, the number of guardian beasts and various dangerous factors will also increase. Everyone should be mentally prepared for this. Everyone nodded and hurriedly asked, what are the special benefits of this trial ground? Martial Uncle Axian, please tell us in detail. As far as I know, the most eye-catching place in this trial ground is a river called the River of Divine Sense. As the name suggests, you can refine your divine sense by staying in it. I believe I don't need to explain the benefits, said Xanegis. River of Divine Knowledge. Everyone's eyes brightened. The Archaic Alliance had always attached great importance to the cultivation of divine sense, and there were very few places that could temper divine sense in the entire ancient Jianghu. Moreover, all of them were in the hands of the 4 great sects and clans. Aside from their core disciples, no one else could get close. They didn't expect that there would be a divine sense river in this trial ground. It was truly worthy of being a once-in-1,000 years opportunity. Not only the crowd, but even Lin Yi couldn't help but feel refreshed. He didn't pay much attention to the cultivation of divine sense in the past, but his mentality was completely different now. It was not only because he was now a primordial spirit, but more importantly, he was increasingly aware of the importance of the cultivation of divine sense. If one's physical strength was the hardware, then the cultivation of the primordial spirit was the software. The two complemented each other and couldn't be dispensed with. It didn't matter when his realm was still low, but when he reached his current realm, he was about to break through to the magnate realm. If the cultivation of the primordial spirit was still so weak, it would be like losing one of his two legs. How could he walk? When his primordial spirit was projected back to the secular world, it was already a rare surprise for Lin Yi to get the starring charcoal from Ling Ling. He didn't expect that there would be a divine sense river in the ancient trial ground. It was a great opportunity. Previously, he only wanted to explore the ancient Jianghu. Now that he heard Xianjia's words, he suddenly felt excited. Not only that, legend has it that the river of divine sense can not only refine divine sense, but there are also unparalleled treasures buried in the river. Xianjia sighed. Treasures? What treasures? Everyone's curiosity was piqued. I don't know about this. If you're interested, you can try it yourself when you get there. Xianjia smiled faintly. Great. Since the legend is so magical, it must be a peerless treasure. By then, we'll use our own skills to get it. Shui Jianfeng took the opportunity to instigate. Senior brother Shui, you're right. Everyone agreed in unison. Xianjia smiled without saying a word. Although he didn't know what treasures it was, since the legend was passed down after 1,000 years, it was obvious that the treasures must be extraordinary. How could a random disciple in the foundation building stage possess it? Putting aside whether these people had the opportunity and luck, even if they did encounter it, it was hard to tell whether it would be a blessing or a curse. They might even lose their lives. They really didn't know their limits. However, as the junior uncle leading the team, it was not appropriate for him to say these words. Anyway, everyone was just fantasizing. It was not worthwhile to dampen their enthusiasm for such a small matter. While everyone was feeling excited, Shui Jianfeng had been observing the reactions of Lin Yi and the others. In contrast, he was much colder, especially Lin Yi, who did not say a word. He did not seem to be moved at all. Shui Jianfeng muttered to himself, he's still not taking the bait. This guy is quite calm. Therefore, he thought about it and said deliberately, since there are so many benefits in the Archean trials, naturally, only the disciples of the Archean Alliance can participate. Those unrelated people in the secular world don't have this qualification, right? This. Xianjia looked at Lin Yi awkwardly. He did not know what Lin Yi meant, so it was not appropriate for him to respond in public. Lin Yi was speechless. Shui Jianfeng's little trick was too obvious and low-level. However, since he had already decided to bring everyone to participate in the Archean trials, he could only go along with him and said, so what you're saying is that we can't participate? That's not necessarily true. However, Junior Uncle Xian just said that if anyone doesn't participate in the trials, it means that they have given up on the Archean trials. I don't care about anything else, but I'm afraid that some people will enter through the back door. Shui Jianfeng sneered. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Lin Yi and the others with suspicious eyes. They could not even tolerate a little bit of unfairness, let alone Lin Yi and the others entering through the back door. Chapter 5174. Lin Yi was waiting for Shui Jianfeng to say that. He smiled, all right, it's just a test. We'll participate. That's more like it. Only then did Shui Jianfeng smile in satisfaction. The rest didn't matter. To him, as long as Lin Yi and the others could participate in the competition, his plan would be halfway to success. All right, we've said what we need to say. Go back and prepare yourselves, Enchanting announced. Everyone dispersed to rest and prepare for the competition in 3 days. Lin Yi, on the other hand, gathered Lingshan and the others together. There's only 3 days left, but as the saying goes, sharpening a spear at the last minute isn't the fastest, but it'll still help. Otherwise, the competition won't be easy to fool. Boss, it's only 3 days, isn't it too late? Chen Tian smiled bitterly. It's not late, not at all. Lin Yi smiled and said to everyone, as long as you remember what I'm about to teach you, I don't know if it'll be useful for anything else, but it should be useful for the upcoming competition. What is it? 3 days. The group asked curiously. It's nothing profound. Do you still remember the summary of the practitioner's arts I received a few days ago? Lin Yi smiled. Yes, but those are the arts of the sects on Sky Class Island, right? What's the use? Lingshan asked curiously. Judging from the North Island's Blue Cloud sect and other clues, Sky Class Island and the immemorial Small Jianghu are inextricably linked. The same sects in these two places practice basically the same mental cultivation. So although this is a summary of the mental cultivation of the sects in Sky Class Island, it can also be said to be a summary of the mental cultivation of the immemorial sections. Lin Yi explained. The group nodded, but they were still confused. What does that have to do with the test? It's simple. Since we have the arts of the sects, we can use it to figure out the fighting style of the disciples and grasp their strengths and weaknesses. From there, we can come up with the most effective strategy. I've also created some counter moves while studying the manuals, Lin Yi said. Counter moves. The group's eyes lit up. That's right, there aren't many. Each sect only has 2 or 3 moves, and they're not complicated, simple and practical. If you guys can learn these moves in 3 days, the benefits will be obvious. Lin Yi nodded. Fuck. Boss, you're not just making us cram at the last minute, you're bringing a cheat sheet with you. If we learn all of this, we'll be able to beat the disciples of the ancient sects in the test. Chen Tian said happily. That's not necessarily the case. In order for the counter moves I've taught you to be effective, you need to have a certain level of strength. If the opponent's strength is too much higher than yours, then it won't be effective. But if that's the case, there's no point thinking about it. It's better to just surrender. Lin Yi smiled and said, all right, time's running out. Let's start. All right. Everyone replied in unison. 3 days later, everyone on the transit islands gathered again, including Enchanting. Everyone was staring at the teleportation formation eagerly. Finally, a white light flashed, and a scroll appeared in the portal. Enchanting opened it immediately, and the rules of the test were written on it. Enchanting looked through the entire document and nodded while stroking his beard. He then announced, everyone, listen carefully. What I'm about to say is the rules of this trial. If you miss a word, it'll be your loss. Yes, the group listened attentively. First, the test will be divided into 8 teams. Those below Foundation Establishment will be in 1 team. Early Stage Foundation Establishment, Peak Early Stage Foundation Establishment, Mid Stage Foundation Establishment, Peak Mid Stage Foundation Establishment, Late Stage Foundation Establishment, Peak Late Stage Foundation Establishment, and Perfect Stage Foundation Establishment will be in their own team. Everyone, please take your seats. Now, please get into your teams, Enchanting ordered, and the group began to line up according to their strength. At this moment, no one would play any tricks. Firstly, they did not know the intention of such a team. Secondly, there were no secrets between the brothers in the sect. They knew each other's strength and realm clearly. Moreover, Enchanting, a gold core stage master, was watching them. It was impossible to fool them even if they wanted to. Lin Yi gave the group a look, and Ling Shan and the others nodded, walking into the group of early-phase foundations. This caused quite a commotion. A lot of people didn't realize that they'd all succeeded, thinking that they were still Sky-class full mastery. But they were just surprised for a moment, not really taking Ling Shan and the others seriously. After all, even if they succeeded in their foundation establishment, they were just the weakest early stage. They posed no threat to Archaic Alliance disciples, so naturally, they didn't have to worry about them. As for Lin Yi himself, while he was the elder master of the Green Cloud sect, that identity was only useful in front of people like Xianijia. The Archaic Alliance didn't recognize that. Being able to recognize him as a member of the Archaic Alliance was already giving face to the Green Cloud sect. If he wanted to participate in the Archaic test, he had to pass the test like everyone else. Lin Yi didn't mind at all. He walked into the group of perfect stage practitioners. No one below Golden Core would be his match, no matter what the test was. But there was one exception. It was Xue Jianfeng, who was smiling coldly at the side. This guy had been following the professor's orders and didn't show his strength. On the surface, he was still a perfect stage practitioner. He couldn't help but feel that it was a pity. If it weren't for the strict order from above not to touch Lin Yi, he would have killed Lin Yi to avenge himself. I can't kill him, but this is a fair opportunity. I can use this chance to beat him up. Even the higher-ups can't say anything about it, Xue Jianfeng thought. In the blink of an eye, everyone had lined up. Only two people stood outside. One was Xianijia, and the other was Bing Wuqing. While they weren't the leader, they were still Golden Core practitioners. There was no point in them participating in the test. Alright, I will now announce the rules of the test. It's simple. Every team will draw lots to fight each other. There will be a round every 2 days for 10 consecutive days, and there will be a total of 5 rounds. As long as you win 3 rounds, you'll automatically qualify for the test, Xianijia announced. Chapter 5175. On the other hand, if one couldn't even win 3 matches, then no matter how superior one's spirit root was, it would be meaningless. There were indeed times when a genius would be buried, but if one couldn't even win 3 out of 5 matches, then he would be a complete piece of trash, and it would be meaningless to talk about anything else. After observing the crowd's reaction, Xianijia continued, of course, this rule only applies to most of the ordinary disciples. For those genius disciples with extraordinary strength, other than winning 3 out of 5 battles, there's another easier option, which is to challenge someone of a higher level. Challenge someone of a higher level. Everyone was shocked. This was something unimaginable for ordinary disciples, but it was also the label of a genius disciple. Those who could challenge someone of a higher level were not easy to deal with. Naturally, they were considered as genius disciples. That's right. You can challenge anyone of a higher level. There's no limit to the number of times, and the other party can't refuse. As long as one of you can succeed once, then you won't have to participate in the regular competition and will automatically qualify for the trial. Xianijia nodded. Everyone's expressions were different. Apart from the normal rules, there was also a special rule. This grand competition was well thought out. It was clear that the higher-ups of the Archaic Alliance attached great importance to this. Because of this, they had to think of a way to perform well. This wasn't just related to the primeval smelting trials, it was also related to their future in the Archaic Alliance. Martial Uncle Xian, may I ask, what will happen if you can't challenge someone of a higher level, or win 3 out of 5 battles in the regular competition? Everyone couldn't help but be worried. That means you don't qualify for the trial. You'll be sent back to the archaic underworld after the trial in the secular world. Of course, even if you win 3 out of 5 battles, you have to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm before the archaic trials begins. Otherwise, you'll be automatically removed from the Archaic Alliance, and naturally, you won't be qualified to participate in the archaic trials. Xanejia explained. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at each other. According to Xanejia's explanation, wouldn't it mean that half of the people would be eliminated? Even though the grand competition would be held in the primeval trials in the past, and some people would be eliminated every single time, it would at most be a formality, and some people at the bottom of the rankings would be eliminated. There had never been a precedent of half of the people being eliminated. After all, the grand competition was only the prelude to the primeval trials, and it wasn't the primeval competition, so how could it be so serious? Martial Uncle Xan, this is the grand competition and not the primordial grand competition. There's no need to go so far, right? It's not normal. However, the primordial trial this time is a once-in-a-thousand-years event. The degree of danger is far more than usual. It's reasonable for the trial competition to be stricter. This is to be responsible for your safety, Xanejia said seriously. But if it's really for safety reasons, it's better to let us, the stronger disciples, go. There's no need to make it so complicated, right? The one who spoke was a late Foundation establishment disciple. The other stronger disciples of the Archaic Alliance echoed him, all of them filled with righteous indignation. Now, with the rules of 3 wins out of 5 duels, the biggest victims were none other than them. Disciples like them who were at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm or even higher should have the qualifications to participate in the primeval trials. However, once this rule was announced, even amongst them, a group of people would inevitably be eliminated. Think about it, if even dignified disciples at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm didn't have the chance to participate in the primeval trials, wouldn't they become the laughingstock of others if word of this got out? This is the unanimous decision of the higher-ups of the Archaic Alliance. Do any of you have any objections? Xanejia's words stunned everyone. No matter how dissatisfied they would never dare to go against the higher-ups of the Archaic Alliance. Otherwise, not only would their future be in danger, they might even lose their lives. Moreover, although they were not weak, the ones who were really dissatisfied with this rule were only those disciples who were at the bottom of the same level. The truly outstanding core disciples of each sect would not care about this little difficulty. To put it bluntly, only the weak would complain like this. Since they were the weak, how could they have the confidence to go against the higher-ups of the Archaic Alliance? If it were Bing Wuqing, facing these people's complaints, she would at most snort coldly and would not even bother to explain. However, Xanejia was much more honest. Seeing that everyone seemed to be dissatisfied, he thought about it and decided to explain a little. I've already said that the purpose of this trial competition is to select disciples who have both strength and potential. Moreover, the rules of the competition are not that strict. If you really meet the requirements, it won't be difficult to qualify for the trials. However, if you only have the level but no potential, then there's nothing much to say. Instead of going to the primeval trials and hindering other disciples with more potential, it's better for you to return to the primeval Jianghu as soon as possible, said Xanejia. His words were not very pleasant to hear, but it was the truth. From the perspective of each primeval sect, the value of a disciple with Foundation establishment consummation at the bottom was far less than that of a disciple with outstanding aptitude in the early stage of Foundation establishment consummation. However, if these two people were to go to the primeval trials at the same time, the disciple with Foundation establishment consummation would definitely benefit. After all, under normal circumstances, a disciple in the early stage of Foundation establishment consummation would not be a match for a disciple with Foundation establishment consummation. Therefore, it would easily lead to a situation that would be extremely troublesome for the higher-ups of all primeval sects. In the primeval trials, those talented disciples with outstanding aptitude who were worthy of being nurtured would find it difficult to advance. Instead, their opportunities would be snatched away by high-level disciples with no potential at the bottom. However, even the higher-ups of the Archaic Alliance could not force that only those talented disciples could obtain the opportunities. Even if the other disciples were of a higher level and stronger strength, they had to stand aside. If such an inhumane rule was really announced, many ordinary disciples would have long rebelled. That was why there was such an unprecedented rule. Not only could it be used to select outstanding disciples of different levels, but it could also be used to eliminate those mediocre disciples who only had high levels but were actually at the bottom. It could be said that it was killing two birds with one stone to clear the obstacles for those talented disciples who were truly worthy of being nurtured. At this point, even if everyone was unwilling in their hearts, they didn't dare say anything more. After all, the matter had already been decided, and it would be useless no matter how much they grumbled. Instead, it would bring trouble to themselves, so it was better to make use of this time to properly plan for the upcoming grand competition. Chapter 51-76. Everyone looked at each other, and no one spoke for a while. Challenging someone of a higher level was no small matter, not to mention that the bird that sticks out gets shot first. In this kind of situation, whoever was the first to step out to challenge someone of a higher level would be in the limelight, but at the same time, they would also be under a great deal of pressure. This was especially true for the high-level disciple they challenged. He would definitely go all out. Otherwise, if he was defeated by someone of a higher level in front of everyone, he would not be able to face anyone in the future. Lin Yi was a foundation perfection practitioner, and he was already the highest level in the tournament. Naturally, there was no such thing as challenging someone of a higher level. As for Ling Shan and the others, they were only at foundation establishment not long ago, and naturally wouldn't think of challenging someone of a higher level. As a result, they waited patiently for the lots to be drawn. Half an hour passed, and still no one stood out to challenge someone of a higher level. Xanejia coughed dryly and was about to announce the draw when someone finally spoke up, "Uncle Xan, why don't I try?" The crowd went into an uproar at the words, and all eyes focused on a young man. He had delicate features, and a calm aura around him. He looked like he had nothing to do with the world, but if one looked closely, they would realize that there was an indescribable aura hidden within his calmness. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh to himself. This kid was extraordinary. Ling Tianyu of the Thousand Blades sect, who would you like to challenge? Xanejia asked. Facing this Ling Tianyu, even he, as the leader of the group, didn't dare to be careless. One had to know that this kid was the young master of the Thousand Blades sect, and this wasn't as simple as being a second-generation practitioner. Ever since the previous head of the Thousand Blades sect died in the hands of a heretic, Ling Tianyu had become the head of the Thousand Blades sect at a young age. Even though he was only at the peak of the late phase of foundation establishment, he still received the support of the entire sect. This was not only because he had the bloodline of the former sect master, but also because the ancient Jianghu was a world where strength was respected. Without strength, bloodline inheritance was just a joke. The reason why Ling Tianyu was able to gain the recognition of the Thousand Blades faction with his cultivation at the peak of the late foundation establishment realm was naturally not because of absolute strength, but because of his incomparable talent. It was rumored that the strongest foundation establishment cultivator of the Archaic Alliance was Xue Jianfang of the Snow Sword faction, but that was only because Xue Jianfang was very high profile. On the other hand, as the young master of the Thousand Blades faction, Ling Tianyu was extremely low-key and rarely fought with others. Only the inner disciples of the Thousand Blades faction knew a thing or two about him. If the two of them really had a chance to fight, it would be very difficult to say who would win. On the contrary, more people would favor Yin Tianyu, as he was the uncrowned king. This will be interesting. Ling Tianyu will definitely challenge Xue Jianfang. This is the battle for the #1 foundation establishment cultivator of the Ancient Alliance. Everyone couldn't help but be excited. Ling Tianyu was an expert at the peak of the late foundation establishment realm. He could only challenge those at the peak of the foundation establishment realm, and his representative was Xue Jianfang. Who was stronger between Xue Jianfang and Ling Tianyu? This was a point that had been debated endlessly. It was a pity that the two of them had never met each other. Now, they could finally have a showdown in front of everyone. It seemed that this kid really wanted to challenge him. Shui Jianfang muttered to himself. To be honest, if he was still an expert at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, he might really be a little afraid. After all, Ling Tianyu was no small matter. But now that he was at the early Gold Core realm, there was nothing to worry about. No matter how powerful Ling Tianyu was, could he, as a mere peak of the late Foundation establishment realm, challenge an early Gold Core realm? What a joke. Martial Uncle Xan, the person I want to challenge is him. Ling Tianyu smiled slightly and his gaze fell on a person. This time, the crowd was in an uproar again. The person he wanted to challenge was not Shui Jianfeng, but Lin Yi. You want to challenge me? Lin Yi was also a little stunned. Yes, this should be fine, right? Ling Tianyu confirmed with his trademark gentle smile on his face. Yes. Xanejia nodded. He didn't know why Ling Tianyu suddenly wanted to challenge Lin Yi, but according to the rules of the competition, there was no problem. Moreover, Lin Yi couldn't refuse. Can I ask why you chose me? Lin Yi asked curiously. It was not strange for someone like Ling Tianyu to take the path of challenging those at a higher level. But instead of those disciples of the Archaic Alliance, he chose him. Did he think that he was a pushover? Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I am purely curious. Ling Tianyu nodded slightly. Curious? That's a little interesting. Lin Yi couldn't help but be amused. He turned to Xanejia and said, Then can we start now? Yes, we can. Only after the challenge is over will we start the competition by drawing lots. Xanejia nodded and then reminded in a low voice, Martial Uncle, this Ling Tianyu is not to be trifled with. You must be careful. If you lose to someone at a higher level, not only will you lose face, you will also lose the qualification to participate in the competition. Although this sentence was not said clearly, everyone knew that it was the truth. In this grand competition, even disciples who were at a disadvantage in a battle of the same level would be disqualified. If they were defeated by someone who was a level higher than them, then there was no need to say anything more. I know. Lin Yi smiled indifferently. This Ling Tianyu seemed a little unfathomable. Unfortunately, he was an existence comparable to a magnate realm expert. No matter how strong Ling Tianyu's aptitude was, he was just a seedling in Lin Yi's eyes. There was really nothing to worry about. Challenging someone of a higher level would attract a lot of attention, and everyone retreated to the side, leaving Lin Yi and Ling Tianyu alone. Then, sorry for offending you. Ling Tianyu cupped his hands with a smile, and then slowly took out a silk belt from his bosom in front of everyone. Everyone was puzzled. Could this silk belt be his weapon? This Ling Tianyu is said to be a god. Why would he use such a sissy weapon? Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. That's right. Our Archaic Alliance has always attached importance to weapons, and all the cultivation of the Thousand Blades faction is based on weapons. As the young master of the Thousand Blades faction, Ling Tianyu should have inherited a divine weapon. Why would he use a sissy silk belt? It doesn't look like a big deal. Someone frowned and muttered. Not only them, but even Bing Wuqing, Shui Jianfeng, and Xanejia were staring at the ribbon fluttering in the air. They were all experts in the Gold Core stage, but none of them would underestimate Ling Tianyu. After all, he was someone who could become the leader of the Thousand Blades sect. Chapter 5177. As far as the disciples of the Thousand Blades faction were concerned, even ordinary disciples in the Foundation establishment realm could control more than a dozen weapons at the same time. Those with better aptitude could control dozens of weapons at the same time. However, it was very difficult for them to advance further. When they reached the nascent soul realm, they could at most control 100 weapons at the same time. Lin Yi had only roughly studied the Thousand Blades sect's practitioner's arts, but he knew where the difficulties lay. The biggest difficulty lay in multitasking. Controlling each weapon required a part of one's attention, and it wasn't easy for a normal person to do two things at the same time. Controlling 100 weapons at the same time required 100 multitasking. Even an idiot could figure out how difficult this was. It was definitely at an inhuman level. However, the Ling Tianyu in front of him was puzzling. He did not show a lot of weapons like the other disciples of the Thousand Blades faction. Instead, he only showed a ribbon that seemed to be harmless. What did this mean? Was he hiding his strength? Or was this inconspicuous ribbon his trump card? Lin Yi did not move. He just stood there quietly, waiting for Ling Tianyu's next move. At his level, it was impossible for him to treat the other party as a real threat. However, he would not underestimate the enemy. He was observing Ling Tianyu and coping with all changes by remaining unchanged. While Lin Yi was observing Ling Tianyu was also observing his reaction. As he said, he was indeed very curious about Lin Yi. A powerful primordial spirit expert, the martial granduncle of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island, Lin Yi was a mystery to all the disciples of the primordial age. Although Ling Tianyu had not made any moves in the past 10 months, he felt that it was necessary to understand Lin Yi's background in both the short and long term. Otherwise, there would be one more uncontrollable factor in the upcoming primordial trial. Suddenly, the ribbon that was fluttering in the air became taut with a swish. Then, with a piercing sound, it shot toward Lin Yi like a sharp arrow. Everyone's expression changed when they saw this. To be able to have such power, it seemed that this ribbon was indeed not an ordinary item. Facing the ribbon that was rushing toward him, Lin Yi was still unmoved. Until the ribbon was less than half a foot away from him, he stretched out 2 fingers and calmly clamped it. Xanejia nodded secretly. This scene seemed ordinary, but it was not easy to be as calm as Lin Yi. At least, no one present could do it. Even he, a master in the early stage of Gold Core Realm, dared not guarantee it. However, the ribbon did not stop after being clamped. Instead, it wriggled wildly like a snake. But in the eyes of others, it was just a futile struggle. After all, how could a soft ribbon do any damage? However, Lin Yi's expression changed. He chose to let go of it without hesitation. Almost at the same time when he let go, a large number of flying needles suddenly shot out from the ribbon. This scene was so sudden that everyone present gasped and looked horrified. Almost all of them were deceived by the inconspicuous shape of the ribbon. They did not expect that there were so many flying needles hidden in the ribbon. If it had been them, they would have already been pierced by the flying needles and died without a burial ground with just one move. It was a pity that Ling Tianyu was facing Lin Yi. Even if these flying needles were hidden very well and almost integrated with the ribbon, it was difficult to be detected by the divine sense under normal circumstances. However, Lin Yi not only had a far more sensitive divine sense than ordinary people, but also a beast-like sense of danger. If he did not detect them in advance, how could he suddenly let go of the ribbon? What a powerful movement technique! Ling Tianyu's eyes brightened. What shocked him was not that Lin Yi could detect them in advance, but that Lin Yi could calmly dodge the sudden attack of the flying needles at such a close distance and come out unscathed. With Ling Tianyu's identity, his sparring partners in the Thousand Blades sect were at least in the Gold Core stage. However, even if they were experts in the Gold Core stage, they could at most block his flying needles with their protective genuine chi. No one had ever been able to dodge it completely like Lin Yi. Such a movement technique was simply unheard of and unseen. Likewise, to be able to practice the legendary flying blades of 1,000 blades, Your Excellency, is also not simple. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Flying blades of 1,000 blades. Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. They carefully counted the number of flying needles flying in the air at this moment. Only then did they exclaim in shock, 999 flying needles and that ribbon. It really is a flying blades of 1,000 blades. How is this possible? Isn't the 1,000 blades flying together just an illusory legend? Ling Tianyu can actually do it. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they still felt it was incredible. One had to know that the 100 blades simultaneous release was already very impressive. Even the experts of the 1,000 blades faction had to be at least nascent soul realm old monsters to be able to do it. Multitasking wasn't something that could be practiced just because one wanted to. If one didn't have enough aptitude, it would be useless even if one practiced for thousands of years. As for the 1,000 blades simultaneous release, that required one to multitask 1,000 times. The difficulty was more than 10,000 times that of multitasking. This wasn't something that humans could do. But the truth was right in front of them. Ling Tianyu, who was merely at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, had managed to achieve the legendary 1,000 blades flying together. Was he even human? No wonder everyone in the 1,000 blades sect supports him to be the sect leader. He's such an amazing genius. No wonder. Xanegf finally understood. Regarding the matter of Ling Tianyu becoming the sect leader of the 1,000 Blades sect, the entire Archaic Alliance had different guesses, including the higher-ups of the various archaic sects and families. No matter how talented he was, it was too childish to let Ling Tianyu, who was only at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, become the sect leader of a sect. But now that he had seen the 1,000 blades flying together with his own eyes, Xanegf finally understood that the 1,000 Blades sect was not stupid. Instead, it was because they had found a powerful backer. Once this Ling Tianyu grew up, no one in the entire Archaic Alliance would be his opponent. At that time, the 1,000 Blades sect would definitely sweep away the declining trend and have a promising future. Not only Xanegf, but even Bing Wuqing, who was next to him, was moved. Ling Tianyu, who had achieved the 1,000 blades flying together, could not be measured by common sense. Even if he was only at the peak of the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, he was enough to be on an equal footing with experts in the Gold Core stage. If time passed, even they would have to look up to him. Chapter 5178. He had always thought that he was worthy of his title as the number one in the Foundation establishment realm and could suppress Ling Tianyu. Now that he thought about it, it was really ridiculous. In front of the 1,000 flying blades, he, the so-called number one in the Foundation establishment realm, was nothing. No, this Ling Tianyu must be eliminated while he was still young. Otherwise, he would definitely be a great trouble in the future. Although he was proud, Xue Jianfeng was not a fool. It was true that he was an early-stage Gold Core realm expert, had a father who was the deputy head of the Snow Sword faction, and had a mysterious and powerful backer in the center. But all of these were nothing in front of Ling Tianyu's 1,000 flying blades. Such a threat must be nipped in the bud. Your Excellency has good eyesight. I admire you. Ling Tianyu was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Lin Yi's observation skills to be so sharp that he could count the number of flying needles in an instant. If it wasn't for his reminder, the others might not have realized this so quickly. You're too polite. I didn't expect to see the glory of the 1,000 flying blades today. The Archaic Alliance is really full of talents. But it's a pity. Lin Yi shook his head meaningfully. What's a pity? Ling Tianyu looked at him and asked. Everyone present was also curious. This was the legendary 1,000 flying blades. What was there to pity about? Of course it's a pity that your current realm is too low. Given time, you can indeed become an expert. As for now, you're still far from that level, Lin Yi said bluntly in front of everyone. Everyone looked at him, thinking that this guy really knew how to show off. They didn't know that what Lin Yi said was the truth. Ling Tianyu's 1,000 flying blades was indeed real, but his 1,000 flying blades were all insignificant flying needles. All of them added up didn't even weigh half a gene. Even if it was the 1,000 flying blades, it was only the weakest version. It was fine to scare others, but it was unrealistic to scare Lin Yi. Moreover, with the strength of Lin Yi's body, let alone the weakest version, even if the 1,000 flying blades were real divine weapons, he would at most be a formidable opponent. How could he be scared? Really? Then I'll have to ask for your guidance. Although Ling Tianyu still had a gentle expression on his face, he was, after all, the young master of the 1,000 Blades sect, a supreme figure who had mastered the flying blades technique. It would be strange if his arrogance wasn't provoked by Lin Yi's words. Go ahead. Lin Yi smiled faintly and made a gesture of invitation. However, in the eyes of the people around him, it was pure pretentiousness. Ling Tianyu's expression froze. His 10 fingers moved slightly, and the 999 flying needles floating in the air instantly condensed on the ribbon. The ribbon twisted back and forth, and the tip twisted into the shape of a snake's head. At first glance, it looked exactly like a hydralisk with long thorns all over its body. The hydralisk danced rapidly in the air, whistling fiercely. Its momentum was terrifying, and the onlookers could not help but tremble with fear. Even Axayanijia, a master in the early stage of Gold Core, felt his eyelids twitching. Only Lin Yi, who was in the field, was not in a hurry. Instead, the corner of his mouth slightly raised to reveal a playful smile. After hovering for a moment, the hydralisk suddenly pounced on Lin Yi from behind. Its speed was extremely fast, but Lin Yi was faster. He easily dodged it with a flash. It's only Martial Granduncle. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to dodge this attack. Xanejia commented. This was not a compliment to Lin Yi, but the truth. The attack of the hydralisk was so fast that even with his body movement, it was impossible for him to avoid it easily. Looking at the whole field, there was no other person except Lin Yi. No matter how fast your body movement is, can you avoid the divine dragon's tail whip? Ling Tianyu was extremely confident. The hydralisk was covered with flying needles. In the face of such an attack, ordinary people's first reaction was not to face it head-on. They were not only afraid of pain, but also afraid of poison. Therefore, Lin Yi's response was completely within his expectation. The hydralisk was more than 3 feet long, and it had already surrounded Lin Yi. Therefore, no matter how Lin Yi dodged, it was impossible for him to avoid this long-prepared move. Divine Dragon's Tail Whip. Lin Yi smiled and released a murderous aura of the 5 elements. Why don't we see whose dragon is more powerful? The dragon roared, and the murderous aura of the 5 elements immediately met the hydralisk. Then, with a loud bang, the hydralisk was torn into pieces, and the flying needles fell to the ground. How could this be? Ling Tianyu couldn't help but turn pale. He was very confident in his move. Even an expert in the early stage of Gold Core Realm said that it was difficult to deal with the Divine Dragon's Tail Whip. He didn't expect that it would be easily broken by Lin Yi. Moreover, it was a domineering way of meeting force with force. More importantly, it was only a stream of genuine qi. How could there be such a terrifying genuine qi in the world? Was this person really only at the peak of Foundation establishment? Only Lin Yi himself was not surprised. No matter how powerful the 1,000 blades flying together was, could it be more powerful than the murderous aura of the 5 elements? There is always someone better than you. There is nothing strange about this, right? Lin Yi smiled faintly and said, if the 1,000 blades flying together only has this little strength, it is too disappointing. In his view, the hydralisk that Ling Tianyu made was not ordinary. At first glance, it seemed to be in line with the principle that the weapons of the 1,000 Blades sect complemented each other. But this principle was only for ordinary disciples. For a genius like Ling Tianyu, it was too mediocre. If the legendary 1,000 blades flying together was really used in this way, it would be useless. Really? My skills are not good enough. I have embarrassed myself in front of you. Ling Tianyu looked as calm as usual at this time, without the slightest hint of worry. However, the movements of his hands did not stop at all. After the flying needles fell, they did not recondense on the ribbon. Instead, they simply formed their own formation. At first glance, they looked like a dense swarm of bees. Although the attacks between them seemed messy, they cooperated with each other, as if there was some kind of profound military strategy. Oh. Arrangement, this is a little interesting. Lin Yi controlled the murderous aura of the 5 elements to deal with these flying needles with great interest. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. This Ling Tianyu's talent was really very high. In terms of power, although the flying needles were far inferior to the hydralisk, they had become more difficult to deal with now that they had broken up into smaller groups. Just a little interesting. Ling Tianyu smiled. Before his voice died away, the swarm of flying needle bees, which had been big and small just a moment ago, became even more scattered. Almost every flying needle was fighting on its own. The power of each attack became weaker, but at the same time, it became more frequent and harder to guard against. Chapter 5179. If these flying needles were poisoned, Lin Yi would have been a corpse long ago. Xue Jianfang sneered at the scene. For him, both Lin Yi and Ling Tianyu were targets that had to be eliminated. Unfortunately, because of the order from the higher-ups of the center, he did not have the guts to touch Lin Yi at all. Ling Tianyu was the lifeblood of the 1,000 Blades faction. If he touched this guy, the entire 1,000 Blades faction would have to fight him to the death. With his current strength, it was tantamount to setting himself on fire. Humph, the 1,000 Blades faction used to be one of the 4 major sects and families. Although it has declined now, it is still a decent faction. As the head of the 1,000 Blades faction, how could Ling Tianyu use such insidious and despicable means? Xanejia glanced at Xue Jianfeng disdainfully. A gentleman would not do such a thing, but it was obvious that Xue Jianfeng did not feel any pressure at all. Xue Jianfeng snorted disdainfully. If it was in the past, he would still care about his image, but after being crippled twice, his temperament had changed greatly. Especially now that he was secretly relying on the center, he would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Sinister methods like poison were naturally not a problem. At this time, Bing Wuqing suddenly said, even if the needles are really poisoned, Ling Tianyu cannot hurt Lin Yi at all. What? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. After a closer look, they finally found that although the 999 flying needles of Ling Tianyu had surrounded Lin Yi so tightly that it was impossible to defend against them, so far, Lin Yi had not been pierced by a single needle. 90% of the flying needles were dodged by Lin Yi's body movement. As for the remaining 10%, every time they got close to Lin Yi, they were blocked by his protective genuine qi and could not advance an inch, let alone cause any damage. What a strong protective genuine qi! Everyone was shocked. At the level of foundation establishment consummation, the strength of the protective genuine qi was indeed strong enough to block ordinary punches, palms, and blunt weapons. But Ling Tianyu's flying needles were almost the natural enemy of protective genuine qi. It only took 1% of protective genuine qi to defend against ordinary attacks, but 10% of protective genuine qi was needed to defend against flying needles. Lin Yi was just a peak foundation establishment expert. He wasn't even a golden core stage expert, so how could his protective qi be so strong? TSK, no matter how strong his protective jin qi is, what's the point? Even if Lin Yi can hold on for a while, he won't be able to withstand it for long. Sooner or later, he will be exhausted to death by Ling Tianyu. In my opinion, Lin Yi, this salted fish, can't turn over a new leaf. How dare he call himself the martial granduncle of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island? This time, he was successfully challenged by someone who was a level higher than him, and he was the first one. You've really lost all your face. Shui Jianfang took the opportunity to ridicule. Xane Jia frowned, but did not refute. At least from the current situation, Lin Yi was not in a good situation. As long as he could not get rid of the attack of 999 flying needles, he could only rely on his protective genuine qi to fight with Ling Tianyu. Moreover, every time Ling Tianyu consumed a little bit of his protective genuine qi, he would consume 10 or even 100 of his protective genuine qi. Bing Wuqing, on the other hand, was full of disapproval, but she did not show it on her face. After all, he had fought with Lin Yi before. Even he, a Golden Core late-stage expert, couldn't do anything to Lin Yi, let alone Ling Tianyu, who was only at the peak of the Foundation establishment late stage. As for Ling Shan and the others, they were even less worried. Even if they could not see anything with their level, they had absolute confidence in Lin Yi. 1,000 flying needles were nothing. As time passed, Lin Yi was still trapped in the attack of 999 flying needles. The situation was as tense as before. This kind of battle of attrition was within everyone's expectations. However, what surprised them was that Lin Yi had been holding on until now without a scratch. What was even more ridiculous was that he seemed to be at ease, and did not seem to be at the end of his rope. This kid could really hold on. Shui Jianfang furrowed his brows. Compared to Ling Tianyu, who was a potential formidable opponent, Shui Jianfang's brows furrowed. Compared to Ling Tianyu, who was a potential rival, he was more inclined to humiliate Lin Yi. After all, there was a bloody feud between him and Lin Yi. He immediately said, "Uncle Xan, it's almost the time for 2 incense sticks to burn. Are we going to let them continue like this? It's completely meaningless. There should be a time limit, right? There is no time limit. There are only 2 results in all the battles of the trial competition. Either the winner is decided directly or someone admits defeat. There is no third possibility." Xan Ijia glanced at him and curled his lips. "You're talking about a normal competition, but this is a cross-level challenge. We can't keep dragging on, can we? Are we going to let everyone wait like this? It's been 2 incense sticks time, anyone can tell who is stronger." "Uncle Axian, are you being selfish and siding with the Green Cloud sex people from the North Island?" Shui Jianfang said in a strange tone. "Oh. Who is stronger and who is weaker? Why can't I see it? Why don't you, Shui Jianfang, tell us?" Xanegs snorted. "Of course." Shui Jianfang was about to say that Lin Yi was obviously going to lose, but Lin Yi suddenly flashed and appeared in front of Ling Tianyu. Shui Jianfang was speechless, and the others were also in an uproar. Lin Yi had been trapped for so long, and everyone thought that he was at his wit's end. Who would have thought that he would come out just like that? Was this guy teasing Ling Tianyu all the time? Everyone was dumbfounded, and Ling Tianyu, as the person involved, was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. The speed that Lin Yi showed before was frightening enough, but his speed was several times faster than before. It was hard to imagine such an amazing speed. But compared to this, there was something else that shocked Ling Tianyu even more. His 999 flying needles had surrounded Lin Yi tightly, with no openings at all. How did Lin Yi get out unscathed? Before Ling Tianyu could make a further response, Lin Yi had lost the interest to continue playing with him. What greeted him was an unstoppable 1,000 legs of frenzy. After all, Lin Yi had almost tested Ling Tianyu's strength. Although Ling Tianyu had unlimited potential, he was still far from being able to make a name for himself. There was still a long way to go. Lin Yi's 1,000 legs of frenzy was extremely fast, and he appeared very abruptly, so it was even more difficult to guard against it. Even an expert in the early stage of Gold Core like Xanegia could not avoid it completely. However, Ling Tianyu took advantage of the situation and rolled on the ground, dodging the oncoming frenzy 1,000 kicks. Although he looked a little ragged, it was still enough to make Lin Yi look at him in a higher light. Even the people around him gasped in admiration. Chapter 5180. Stop. I admit defeat. Ling Tianyu shouted at the last moment. Only Lin Yi could retract his leg at this moment. If it was someone else, he would have kicked Ling Tianyu away. However, Lin Yi withdrew his leg effortlessly. He looked at Ling Tianyu meaningfully and thought to himself, this guy is really not easy to deal with. All geniuses were prideful. Even if a peerless genius like Ling Tianyu looked gentle and low-key on the surface, he was absolutely prideful in the bottom of his heart. This kind of person was usually very prideful. Even if they were forced into a desperate situation, it would be more difficult than ascending to the heavens to make them admit defeat. Unexpectedly, Ling Tianyu chose to admit defeat so decisively. Moreover, he was as calm as usual from the beginning to the end, without the slightest expression of shame or embarrassment. Just this temperament alone was already extremely remarkable. With extraordinary talent and profound shrewdness, even Lin Yi had to admit that Ling Tianyu would be a formidable figure in the future if he really grew up. Well, I hereby announce that Lin Yi wins. Enchanting announced on the spot. Everyone had not recovered from the shock until now. They were still immersed in the rhythm of the stalemate just now, but the winner was actually decided in the blink of an eye. This was too fucking sudden. Lin Yi looked indifferent. He turned around and was about to leave the arena. At this time, Ling Tianyu suddenly said behind him, "May I ask you a question?" "Speak." Lin Yi turned his head and looked at him. "How did you get rid of my flying needles just now?" Ling Tianyu asked. Logically speaking, his flying needles should have covered all 360 degrees without any blind spots, but Lin Yi was able to get out of it so easily, and he wasn't hurt at all. It was really confusing. In fact, he was not the only one who had this question. Everyone present also had this question. The only exception was Bing Wuqing. She was the only one who had seen Lin Yi's semi-primordial spirit state. Think about it yourself. Lin Yi smiled faintly. He was not stupid. The semi-primordial spirit state was his biggest trump card now. How could he reveal it to others so casually, especially in such a public place with so many eyes? Alright, then I'll seek your guidance next time. Ling Tianyu didn't continue pestering him. There was still a faint smile on his face, and he didn't look like a loser who had just admitted defeat. Although he had indeed lost, it was just an insignificant match after all. He still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. After all, there was no need to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Compared to his life-saving trump card, what was the big deal about admitting defeat and surrendering? Xue Jianfeng was speechless when he saw this scene. For him, the ideal situation for Lin Yi to fight against Ling Tianyu was for both sides to suffer. But now, both of them were completely unscathed. Ling Tianyu, this brat, admitted defeat just like that. Instead, he acted as if they appreciated each other's talents. It was truly a pain in the ass. After both of them returned to their respective teams, Enchanting continued to ask in a loud voice, "Who else wants to challenge a higher level?" This time, no one made a sound. Even a supreme character like Ling Tianyu had lost. It could be seen how difficult it was to challenge someone of a higher level. This was tantamount to a heavy blow to their heads. They didn't dare to act rashly anymore. Challenging someone of a higher level was not a small matter. Not everyone would be as lenient as Lin Yi. What if they didn't have eyes and picked a ruthless person? What if the other party attacked ruthlessly or even killed you? There was no rule that no one could kill you in this competition. Of course, the silence was only temporary. There were many people who were ready to make a move. It was just that the rules had just been announced, and they hadn't found a suitable target to challenge yet. In another 2 days, when they were almost ready, those who had the strength and confidence to challenge someone of a higher level would really emerge. In that case, let's start drawing lots. Xanega immediately arranged for each team to draw lots. Although it was a little complicated, there were less than 100 people in total. He could handle it all by himself. The first to start was the strongest team of Foundation Establishment Perfection. Including Lin Yi and Xue Jianfeng, there were only 8 people in total. They were all core disciples of various primordial sects, and they were all leading senior brothers. The duel between them almost represented the competition of the strongest disciples of their respective sections. It could be said to be full of gimmicks and naturally attracted attention. After the results of the drawing lots were out, Xanega took a look and smiled. He shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that the entire Primordial Alliance wasn't mobilized for this trial in the secular world. Only the Central Island Alliance and the North Island Alliance were gathered. Otherwise, we could really make a ranking of the strongest disciples of the Primordial Alliance. The 8 people drew lots for 4 teams. Although Lin Yi had just fought a fierce battle with Ling Tianyu, he didn't receive any special treatment. Of course, he could also choose to forfeit, but then he would only have 4 chances left. He had to win 3 out of 4 to qualify for the trial. It should be known that it was pure bad luck to be picked by someone to challenge someone of a higher level than him. If he lost, he would be eliminated. Even if he won, there would be no benefit. Not to mention that his true chi would be wasted, he would also have to participate in the competition of the same level. It couldn't be helped. The rules were cruel. They didn't ask for fairness, only survival of the fittest. After all, the trial competition was to prepare for the primordial trials, and there was no such thing as fairness in the primordial trials. Let alone this kind of battle, there was no such thing as fairness in the primordial trials. Xue Jianfeng rubbed his palms together. He wanted to take this opportunity to teach Lin Yi a good lesson. Although he had absolute confidence in his strength as an early-stage gold core expert, since Lin Yi had just been exhausted by Ling Tianyu, it would be a waste not to take advantage of this situation and save some energy. Unfortunately, the result of the draw didn't go his way. In the end, Xue Jianfeng didn't encounter Lin Yi. Instead, he encountered the leading senior brother of another primordial sect. He couldn't help but curse his bad luck. Fortunately, he still had 4 chances. Every time they drew a new lot, it was theoretically very easy for them to draw the same opponent. If it was a coincidence, it was possible for them to draw the same opponent 5 times. This was one of the special rules of this trial tournament. Not only was it a test of raw strength, but it was also a test of everyone's ability to adapt and recover. Any weakness in this aspect could become a fatal flaw. Of course, if luck wasn't on his side, this sort of rule could very well cause Xue Jianfeng to miss out on Lin Yi in this competition, and Xue Jianfeng would have to save his revenge for the primeval trials. Chapter 5181. At the same time, Xue Jianfeng's side was also like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. After all, he had the foundation of the first person in the Foundation Establishment realm. Even if he didn't reveal the strength of the early stage of Gold Core, it was still easy for him to deal with ordinary experts in the peak of Foundation Establishment realm. With the 2 of them as the foundation, all the 4 matches of the disciples in the peak of Foundation Establishment realm ended very quickly. The total time spent was only half an hour, much faster than Xanega had expected. After the peak of Foundation Establishment realm, the next match was between the disciples in the late stage of Foundation Establishment realm. Among them, the one who received the most attention was naturally Ling Tianyu, who had just failed in his cross-level challenge. Although his strength was unparalleled among those at the same level as him, he had just consumed a lot of genuine chi on Lin Yi. More importantly, his moves and routines were seen clearly by others. It was enough time for him to come up with a countermeasure. With all these disadvantages added together, He was no longer a strong enemy to be avoided in the eyes of others, but a ready-made soft persimmon, which made the other disciples in the late stage of Foundation Establishment realm restless. If they could defeat Ling Tianyu today, it would not be as simple as a victory for them. More importantly, it would be enough to make them famous and gain both fame and fortune. The benefits were self-evident. However, it turned out that Ling Tianyu was Ling Tianyu after all. As the young head of the Thousand Blades sect, he was definitely not someone that ordinary people could mess with. His defeat to Lin Yi only highlighted Lin Yi's strength, but absolutely did not mean that he was weak. At least in front of these experts at the same level as him, Ling Tianyu was invincible. So what if his moves and routines were seen clearly by others? Putting aside the fact that his flying blades of Thousand Blades was not so easy to crack, he didn't even need to use it to deal with these experts at the same level as him. He could casually launch 100 blades of Thousand Blades, and no one could block it. Like Lin Yi and Xue Jianfeng, Ling Tianyu also easily finished the match in one move. In the face of his overwhelming strength, these disciples in the late stage of Foundation Establishment realm could only accept the fate of being crushed. As for becoming famous after one battle, they really thought too much. One match after another, the strength of the disciples decreased from high to low. Following that was the competition between disciples in the later stage of Foundation Building realm, the peak of the middle stage of Foundation Building realm, the middle stage of Foundation Building realm and the peak of the early stage of Foundation Building realm. Since Axayanijia was the only judge and the space was limited, there could only be one duel at a time. Naturally, it would take a long time, but fortunately, the total number of people wasn't too high. As long as there were no accidents, the arrangement of one round every 2 days was already very lenient. Without Lin Yi, Xue Jianfeng, and Ling Tianyu, the rest of the duels were obviously much more boring. The only exception was a duel between Foundation Building realm cultivators in the later stages of the Foundation Building realm. That was because there was also a hot topic in this duel, Ling Ling. Thinking back, when she first came to the secular world, she was only in the early stage of Foundation Establishment. Ever since she got to know Lin Yi, her strength had risen rapidly. After taking a stroll outside, she was already in the middle stage of Foundation Establishment. Now, after a few months of hard cultivation on the Transfer Islands, her strength had skyrocketed to the late stage of Foundation Establishment. She was even only a step away from the peak of the late stage of Foundation Establishment. All in all, it had only been 10 months. She had advanced by leaps and bounds from the early stage of Foundation Establishment to the late stage of Foundation Establishment. Such a miracle might not be unparalleled in the ancient Jianghu, but it was definitely unprecedented. Moreover, Lang Lang wasn't someone without strength for nothing. Her crushed ice physique was 1 in a million. Once the advantage of it was truly developed, it would be no small matter. With Lang Lang's strength, it was naturally much easier for her to deal with an ordinary expert of the same level. It was just that she had yet to find a way to fully unleash the power of the crushed ice physique. Therefore, she wasn't as shocked as Lin Yi and the others. The whole process was without any surprises or danger. However, there was a little accident at the end. Lang Lang had a breakthrough on the spot. Although this was rare, it was not unheard of. During a duel, the state of one's essence, qi, and spirit would be elevated to the best. If one was already on the verge of a breakthrough, it wasn't strange for one to accidentally take advantage of the situation to break through. It was just that this would easily give the opponent an opportunity to take advantage of. That person had already been beaten up by Lang Lang to the point that he had no strength to fight back. If it wasn't for Lang Lang's mercy, he would have been beaten to the ground long ago. At this moment, when he saw an opportunity to fight back, he couldn't care less about etiquette and honor. He quickly waited for the opportunity to strike. Compared to being scolded for being shameless, it was more beneficial to get the victory in his hands. However, before he could make a move, he suddenly felt a chill on his back. An inexplicable vital energy actually entered his head in a single line. His entire person was instantly stunned. Until Lang Lang successfully broke through to the peak of the late stage of Foundation establishment, he didn't dare to move an inch. He muttered and doubted everything, looking as if he had lost his soul. Everyone thought that he was frightened by Lang Lang's crushed ice physique. Little did they know that Lin Yi was the mastermind behind all this. Just like that, Lang Lang took the first victory without any mishaps. At the same time, she also stepped into the threshold of the late stage of Foundation establishment. From the next round onwards, she would be competing with those late-stage Foundation establishment disciples on the same stage. If luck was on her side, her next opponent might be Ling Tianyu. Without further ado, when all the teams above the early stage of Foundation establishment had finished, an entire day had passed. Other than those disciples who were heavily injured and needed to rest quietly, the others had been waiting at the side the whole time. Although Axayanigia didn't forbid them from moving freely, as long as it wasn't their turn to draw lots, they could totally go back and rest. However, no one was willing to give up this great opportunity to observe the other disciples. After all, they might be their future opponents. Only by knowing oneself and knowing the enemy could one gain the upper hand. Ling Shan and the others were observing as well, exchanging their opinions from time to time. Although they didn't have the intention to challenge those who were of a higher level than them, since the previous battles weren't against early-stage Foundation establishment disciples, they wouldn't be their opponents in the future. At first glance, it seemed like they were doing useless work, and they might as well rest and build up their strength like the other early-stage Foundation establishment disciples. However, to them, this day of observation was quite fruitful. In the past 3 days, they had already memorized what Lin Yi had taught them, and they had also practiced the counter moves that Lin Yi had come up with more than 100 times. However, that was just theory, after all. It was hard to say if it would actually be of any use. Chapter 5182. Finally, Xanijia announced loudly, "Next, we'll begin drawing lots for the Foundation establishment disciples." First match, Luo Shaoxing of Snow Sword Sect against Ling Shan of the Common World. With that, Xue Jianfang's eyes lit up. He didn't have much of a relationship with Luo Shaoxing, but he was still a disciple of the Snow Sword Sect. This was a great opportunity. "Brother Luo, can I talk to you?" Xue Jianfang hooked his finger at Luo Shaoxing. Xue Jianfang was no longer a cripple. With his strength and status, there was naturally no one in the Snow Sword School who would disobey him. Luo Shaoxing was immediately overwhelmed by the favor. He immediately followed Xue Jianfang and said with a fawning expression, "What instructions does senior brother Xue have for me? How confident are you against this Ling Shan?" Xue Jianfang asked casually. 10. Luo Shaoxing said confidently. He had already been an early-stage Foundation establishment expert for more than 10 years. Even though he had not broken through, that was only because he did not have any medicinal pills. Among all the early-stage Foundation establishment disciples in the Snow Sword School, he was one of the best. Right now, he was only facing a newcomer who had just broken through and had an unstable foundation. Furthermore, it was a woman from the secular world. If he could still lose, he could go eat shit. That's good. This battle concerns the face of our Snow Sword Sect, and we can't lose, but... Xue Jianfang looked at Ling Shan from head to toe, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Luo Shaoxing followed his gaze and looked over. He rolled his eyes and said, "I know. Don't worry, senior brother Xue. I will stop when the time is right. I will not be ruthless." Ling Shan was, after all, a rare beauty, and he thought that Xue Jianfang was eyeing her. "Wrong, I want you to do the exact opposite." Xue Jianfang smiled coldly. He did think about Ling Shan before, and not just her, but the other beauties like Xiyu as well. If it weren't for Shihan and Qing Yi staying in the common world, he'd even think about taking out Lin Yi's harem. But now wasn't the time to be obsessed with beauties. As long as he was strong enough, he could have as many beauties as he wanted. The most important thing right now was to attack Lin Yi. The exact opposite. What do you mean? Luo Shaoxing was stunned. Very simple, I want you to kill her. Xue Jianfang said in a deep voice. Kill. Shaoxing jumped in fright. His name was Shaoxing, and he'd killed quite a lot of people in the past, but facing a beauty like Ling Shan, he really couldn't bring himself to do it. Plus, this was the tournament, and while killing wasn't prohibited, he wouldn't do it unless there was a huge grudge. That's right. In the future, as long as it's Lin Yi's people, I'll reward them handsomely for every one of them I kill. Otherwise, it means that they are not giving me face. Do as you see fit, Xue Jianfang said with a cold snort. Alright, senior brother Xue, just wait and see. At this point, Luo Shaoxing didn't hesitate at all. He was an early phase disciple, and if he offended Xue Jianfang, he wouldn't be able to survive in the Snow Sword School anymore. Plus, swords had no eyes, and even if he accidentally killed someone in the tournament, he wouldn't have to take any responsibility. Xue Jianfang was whispering to Luo Shaoxing, thinking that he had lowered his voice very much, but he didn't expect Lin Yi's senses to be far above his, a master at the early stage of Golden Core, and he could hear everything clearly. Lin Yi immediately reminded Ling Shan, be careful later, that guy listened to Xue Jianfang, and he's ready to kill you. If you can't do it, just surrender. Don't risk it, safety first, understand? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Ling Shan nodded, and under the cheers of the crowd, she walked into the ring with a calm expression, looking quite like a general. Lin Yi nodded to himself. Ling Shan had been training in the department for years, and while her strength hadn't improved much due to the limitations of the environment, her temperament had matured quite a bit. From a certain perspective, this kind of change was even better than the improvement of her strength. Xanejie gave the order, and the battle officially began. Ling Shan didn't plan to attack first, since she was at an absolute disadvantage in terms of raw strength. Attacking first wouldn't give her the upper hand, and would instead expose an opening for the opponent to take advantage of. The best strategy for her was to defend and counterattack. Luo Shaoxing smiled at the sight of Ling Shan's posture. If that's the case, then I won't hold back. This blade of mine is called the Life Killer Blade, and when it's drawn, there will be blood. Good luck, miss. He was already looking down on Ling Shan, and now he didn't care about her at all. He pulled his blade out of its sheath and slashed vertically. There didn't seem to be anything special about it at first glance, as if it was just a casual slash from someone underestimating their enemy. You don't even use the snow sword arts, and you think you can kill me just like that? Ling Shan frowned and chose to dodge. If it wasn't for Lin Yi's warning, she would have attacked already. She didn't take the bait. Luo Shaoxing also frowned. His strike was indeed ordinary. In the eyes of others, it was purely relying on brute force, without the slightest bit of subtlety. Little did they know that this was just a camouflage on the surface. Luo Shaoxing looked like a big guy on the surface, but he was actually very shrewd. His attitude of underestimating his enemy was 30% real, but the other 70% was just for show. If Ling Shan were to attack recklessly, she'd be falling right into his trap. His slash looked very crude, but it was actually a very dangerous move. With just a thought, he could turn it into one of the most dangerous moves of the Snow Sword School, the snow killing form. Ling Shan still didn't know that she'd just walked right in front of death's door. If she really did fall into Luo Shaoxing's trap, she wouldn't be able to survive with her current strength, unless Lin Yi forcefully interfered. She'd lose if that happened. She was completely oblivious to all of this, only following Lin Yi's instructions. She held back for a full 10 moves, and was forced back by Luo Shaoxing. She was in a dangerous situation, but fortunately, her early phase strength wasn't just for show. Even if she couldn't win against Luo Shaoxing head-on, she could still hold on for a while if she focused on dodging. Haha, I don't know what kind of stupid move Lin Yi gave her, letting Luo Shaoxing use the snow form so easily. Is there even a need to fight now? Xue Jianfeng mocked. Chapter 5183. This time, even Axayanijia could only frown. He was a discerning man. He knew that the most dangerous thing when fighting with the disciples of the Snow Sword School was to be connected into the snow momentum by them. Therefore, he repeatedly told the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect in the North Island not to avoid the fight when fighting with the disciples of the Snow Sword School. Even if it was a little bit risky, they should try their best to get the first move. As long as they could make the opponents confused, the snow momentum would collapse by itself. It was a pity that he only said these words to the disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, and didn't dare to give Lingshan and the others pointers. Firstly, these people weren't real disciples of the Blue Cloud sect, and secondly, he had to give face to Lin Yi, his master. Not only would they not appreciate it, but they might even look down on him for no reason. But come to think of it, Xanijie was an experienced Golden Core practitioner from the Archaic Alliance. It wasn't surprising that he knew how to deal with the snow, but other people wouldn't know as much, especially people from the common world like Lingshan. She wouldn't know the inside story. The enemy was strong, and she was weak. Retreating as soon as the fight started, waiting for the enemy's momentum to pass before launching a counterattack. From Lingshan's point of view, this was quite a good strategy, but it was a pity that her opponent was Luo Shaoxing of the Snow Sword sect. There was a difference in strength between the two in the first place, and now that the snow had formed after 10 moves, the gap between them was even wider. Lingshan didn't have a chance to counterattack at all. She might have had a 10% chance of winning at the start, but now that the fight had dragged on, even that 10% chance of winning was gone. Why don't you just let her surrender, master? Where there's life, there's hope. Xanijia walked to Lin Yi's side and advised softly. Admitting defeat would only mean losing one round. There were still 4 chances left. As long as he worked hard, he might still have the chance to qualify for the trial. However, if he insisted on dragging it out, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing one round. He might even lose his life. Lin Yi smiled and shook his head. Don't underestimate Lingshan just because she's a weak girl. Her personality has always been strong. Unless she's willing, it's useless even if I say anything. This. Xanijia could only sigh helplessly and did not say anything else. After all, there were so many pairs of eyes staring at him. It was inappropriate for him to say too much under the watchful eyes of the public. Otherwise, he would be accused of favoritism. Xue Jianfeng smiled coldly as he looked at Lin Yi. In a battle between masters of the same level, Xue's force was unstoppable once it was formed. A casual move could easily kill someone, and it wouldn't leave any evidence behind. Just wait to collect this girl's corpse. As they were talking, the situation had changed. Lingshan was still able to barely dodge before, but now that Luo Shaoxing was using his snow form, every move he made was unstoppable. She couldn't keep dodging anymore, and dodging wasn't a long-term plan. It was already a miracle that she was able to keep dodging for so long with her strength. Still trying to dodge at this point? You think you can? Luo Shaoxing laughed as he used the snow force to force 3 moves, forcing Lingshan into a corner. He couldn't wait to use his trump card, the snow kill stance. He was afraid that if he attacked too late, Lingshan would admit defeat and stop. He wouldn't be able to kill her then. As soon as he used the snow kill stance, a thick layer of invisible snow appeared on the blade, and the snow fell in all directions, covering Lingshan's entire body. Lingshan's movement slowed down by 60% in that instant. She was moving very fast before, but now it was as if she was moving in slow motion. The scene was very strange. The Snow Sword School's snow force is really strong. The Archaic Alliance disciples couldn't help but gasp. Snow force was the signature of the Snow Sword School, but it wasn't easy to form it in a real battle, especially at a lower level like Foundation establishment. Normal disciples had a hard time grasping the intricacies of snow force, and unless they had an overwhelming advantage, they wouldn't be able to see the power of snow force with their own eyes. Yeah, they all say that snow force accumulates to become something extraordinary, but I didn't expect it to have such a strong restraining effect. No wonder they say that you can't form a snow force, and that you're invincible when you form it. There weren't many martial skills that had a restraining effect. Normally, it would at most slow down a person's speed by 10 to 20%. Restraining a person's speed by more than 30% was already rare. It had to be known that a 30% effect was already very obvious, but this time, it was a full 60%. In a situation like this, even a Sky-class full mastery would be able to defeat Ling Shan easily, let alone Luo Shaixing who had the upper hand. The moment he used the snow kill stance, his slaughter blade was practically at Ling Shan's neck. Ling Shan was already a dead person in his eyes. Heh, too bad for such a beautiful girl. I wouldn't do something like this, but now that Xue Jianfeng wants you dead, you have no choice but to die. Luo Shaixing sighed to himself. He didn't show any mercy at all, going straight for Ling Shan's neck. The people around him paled as they watched. That blade would definitely take Ling Shan's head. This Luo Shaixing was really ruthless. Master, you're really not going to do anything. Even Axayanijia, the leader of the team, couldn't help but feel his eyelids twitch. If it weren't for the fact that he had to remain neutral as a judge, even he would have stopped Lin Yi. No need. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Xue Jianfeng, who wasn't far away, frowned as he looked back and forth between Lin Yi and Ling Shan. He couldn't help but pinch his chin in puzzlement. Was this guy really not worried about Ling Shan's life at all, or was he just putting on an act? Just when Xue Jianfeng was puzzled, the situation on the field suddenly changed. Ling Shan, who everyone thought was definitely going to die, suddenly sped up at the last moment, narrowly dodging the fatal blade. So fast. Luo Shaixing jumped in fright, and the people around him gasped as well. All of them were stunned by Ling Shan's sudden burst of speed. Not good. Luo Shaixing fell for it. Xue Jianfeng was, after all, a Golden Core practitioner, and the Snow Sword Sect's senior disciple. Chapter 5184. Lin Yi's lips curled up. Ling Shan's acting skills were quite good, fooling everyone in front of everyone. Even Xue Jianfeng, who was a bystander, could barely react, let alone Luo Shaixing, who was blinded by the whole situation. He was probably still in a daze right now. From the beginning to the end, this duel was a trap directed by Lin Yi and played by Ling Shan. The Snow Sword School's most feared aspect was the snow force. Once the snow force was formed, it would be hard to block. Even Axayanijia could easily see this, let alone Lin Yi, who had studied the Snow Sword School's practitioner's arts. Plus, he had Leng Leng beside him. Even if he missed it, Leng Leng would still remind him. After knowing this, the most common strategy was naturally what Axayanijia had thought, to break the snow force, and try his best to avoid the snow force. However, from Lin Yi's point of view, such a strategy could only be considered as normal, and it was far from being smart. With the difference in strength between Ling Shan and Luo Shaixing, how could she win if it was just normal? If Ling Shan really went all out to break the snow force, she might be able to mess up Luo Shaixing's formation and make it hard for him to form the snow force, but that would definitely expose a lot of flaws. She was already at a disadvantage in terms of strength, and if she exposed more flaws, then there would be no way for her to fight. So, the strategy Lin Yi taught her this time was to show her weakness and let her opponent form the snow force, using this to magnify the underestimation hidden in her opponent's heart. When the opponent couldn't wait to release the snow force, it would mean that the opponent had underestimated her to the extreme, and that would be the perfect time to counterattack. Of course, it was far from enough to just rely on numbing her opponent's mentality. Ling Shan had to purposely slow down her speed during this process, and that was why it was so difficult to dodge. Everything was just an act. As a result, Ling Shan's speed was reduced by 30%, and when Luo Shaoxing used his snow force, it was reduced by another 30%. That was why the slow-motion scene had happened. Luo Shaoxing had underestimated his opponent, and didn't even realize that she was acting. He thought that Ling Shan was weak, and that she wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from his snow aspect. That was why he used his snow aspect, determined to take her life. The snow slaughter form was an extremely dangerous move. It was extremely powerful, but at the same time, it would cause the user to reveal quite a few openings. As a result, unless there was a 90% chance of success, no disciple of the Snow Sword School would recklessly use this move. Even if they did use it, they would definitely be very careful, ready to withdraw and retreat at any time. Unfortunately, Luo Shaoxing thought it was absolutely safe, so he had already thrown all of this to the back of his mind. Ling Shan had been waiting for this opening from start to finish, and it had finally come. One retreating, one advancing, Ling Shan relied on the sudden burst of speed she'd been hiding, dodging the killer's blade that was coming at her. She even went one step further, closing the distance between her and the man, not giving him a chance to react as she elbowed him in the throat. Luo Shaoxing didn't even have the time to cry out in pain. The crowd was silent as they looked at the motionless Luo Shaoxing on the ground. This turn of events was simply too sudden, and they didn't even have time to react. It wasn't until Xianijie announced Ling Shan's victory that the crowd looked at each other, all of them looking at Ling Shan in disbelief. She was actually able to turn the tables with one move from her opponent's snow aspect. This woman really wasn't simple. How was it? Did I hit well? Ling Shan ran over to Lin Yi's side to take credit. It's so. Lin Yi smiled. Ling Shan's sis-in-law is so even though she's so strong. Boss, your standards are too high. Chen Tian and the others couldn't help but gasp. It was true that Ling Shan wasn't very strong in terms of strength, but the way she controlled the rhythm of the battle was far beyond a normal person's level. It was a classic example of the weak defeating the strong. Is it high? I don't think so. It's not like she's challenging someone of a higher level, it's just fighting someone of the same level. It's something that should be expected, wouldn't it? Wouldn't all that preparation be for nothing? Lin Yi chuckled. Ling Shan's execution was indeed strong, but from his point of view, there were quite a few areas where she hadn't handled things perfectly. She was still too inexperienced. Wow, Lin Yi bro, you can't always use your own standards to judge us. Look at those people, their mouths are wide enough to fit a duck egg. You can see how strong Ling Shan's sis was just now. Ziyu said with a frown. At least in the eyes of the outsiders, Ling Shan's performance just now was absolutely stunning. Even Xianijie's eyes lit up. Luckily, Ling Shan had just broken through and didn't have enough experience. Otherwise, with the strength she displayed just now, she might even be able to challenge someone of a higher level. Lin Yi waved his hand with a smile before turning to Ling Shan. That battle was a very valuable experience for you, so don't get too excited yet. Sit down and think about it, reflect on what you did right and what you didn't. That's the only way you'll be able to improve and get stronger the more you fight. Okay, don't worry, Ling Shan nodded and went to meditate. While everyone was happy for Ling Shan, Xue Jianfeng, on the other hand, was gritting his teeth in anger. As far as he was concerned, Luo Shaoxing dealing with Ling Shan should have been a piece of cake. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. He really didn't know what to say. Trash. Xue Jianfeng spat harshly at Luo Shaoxing, who was dragged out of the crowd. Then, he stared at Xianijie who was hosting the second round. It was a pity that he didn't get to kill Ling Shan, but he still had a chance later on. He wasn't disappointed at all. As expected, the second round had Lin Yi's people. This time, it was Ying Ziyu. Xue Jianfeng was overjoyed. This girl looked much weaker than Ling Shan, and even the weakest Foundation establishment disciple in the Archaic Alliance would be taken care of easily. With his connections and reputation in the Archaic Alliance, any Foundation establishment disciple wouldn't reject him if he gave them some benefits. Chapter 5185. Ziyu was a little nervous at first, but after realizing that it was Yu Bing, she was overjoyed. It became an internal sparring now, and it didn't matter who won or lost. In fact, Lin Yi had told them about this a long time ago. After all, they didn't have many people, and once they drew lots, it would be easy for them to fight amongst themselves. Under these circumstances, they had to go through the motions and distribute the wins to the person who needed it the most. Just like right now, Yu Bing chose to admit defeat after going through the motions. Although he had just reached foundation level as well, in terms of strength, Yu Bing was undoubtedly much stronger than Ziyu. With Lin Yi's special teaching, Yu Bing had enough confidence that he could get enough wins from the Archaic Alliance disciples. As long as his luck wasn't too bad, winning 3 out of 4 wasn't hard at all. Ziyu, on the other hand, was different. It wasn't easy for her to win from someone else, especially with Xue Jianfeng watching from the sidelines. It was even harder for her to get into the Archaic trials, and so Yu Bing gave the win to her. Thanks, Yu Bing bro. Ziyu was all smiles after getting off the stage. She couldn't wait to get one of them every time. She didn't need many, just 2 more would do. That way, she'd be able to get into the Archaic trials. Lin Yi and the others looked at each other and smiled. To be honest, they had the same thought as well. Even after all the preparation they had, they still didn't want Ziyu and the girls to take the risk. It was a pity that things like drawing lots could only be left to the heavens. Otherwise, Xe and Ijie wouldn't be able to answer to the higher-ups if they did something, especially with so many people watching from the sidelines. I object. Xue Jianfeng shouted suddenly. Everyone instantly quietened down, and their gazes converged onto him in unison. They looked at each other and didn't understand what was going on. What are you objecting to? Xe and Ijie frowned. I'm protesting that they're rigging the match. That Yu Bing was clearly going easy on Ziyu just now, just casually dealing with her and ending the fight. Even an idiot could see that. Are you going to say you can't see it, Uncle Xian? Xue Jianfeng humphed coldly. Everyone turned to look at Xe and Ijie. Xe and Ijie nodded calmly and admitted, that's right. I can see it. Since you can see that they are faking it, you, as the martial uncle leading the team and the referee, actually don't care about it. Instead, you allow it. Martial Uncle Xian, aren't you being too biased by doing this? Are you looking down on our ancient alliance's rules too much? Xue Jianfeng took advantage of the situation and said overbearingly. However, Xe and Ijie didn't panic at all. Instead, he looked at him with a faint smile and said, please forgive me for being ignorant. Why don't you tell me, Xue Jianfeng? Which rule in the Archaic Alliance states that one can't show mercy during a competition? This. Xue Jianfeng originally thought he had something on his opponent, but he was left speechless. If they were fighting against friends or family, then it was only natural for them to be lenient. The Archaic Alliance truly didn't have such a rule. This old man has always treated everyone equally. If you show mercy to others, or if you ask others to show mercy to you, then you'll have to pay the price. I won't stop it either. Any other questions? Xe and Ijie said faintly. Xue Jianfeng humphed coldly, speechless. He looked at Lin Yi's group hatefully, waiting for the lot drawing to begin. Lin Yi's group didn't participate in the next 2 matches, but in the 5th match, it was finally Wu Qintian's turn. His opponent was Feng Pingxiu of the Righteous Sect. Xue Jianfeng wasn't familiar with Feng Pingxiu, but the Righteous Sect was also a small sect in the Zhongdao Alliance. They had a good relationship with the Snowsword sect, so Xue Jianfang's words had some influence. Feng Pingxiu agreed to Xue Jianfang's request without hesitation. However, what shocked everyone was that Feng Pingxiu, who was supposed to have the upper hand in terms of strength, was beaten up by Qintian's series of quick attacks. From start to finish, he didn't even have a chance to fight back, and was forcefully taken down by Qintian's series of attacks. This guy's so strong. Everyone was speechless. From the looks of it, they thought that Qintian was much stronger than Feng Pingxiu, but they didn't know that it was all thanks to Lin Yi's teachings. The righteous sect's arts and techniques were all about advancing step by step, and this style was very stable. As long as one had the upper hand in terms of strength, they wouldn't be defeated under normal circumstances. But in Lin Yi's eyes, there was a huge drawback: it was too slow. Because of this, it was hard for the righteous sect disciples to use their full strength at the start, especially the first 3 moves. They could only use 70% of their strength, and under such circumstances, they wouldn't have much of an advantage. After all, if they could finish off their opponent in 3 moves, it wouldn't be a fight between the same level anymore. But Qintian wasn't a normal opponent. He had the counter techniques that Lin Yi had taught him, and it was just right for him to take down Feng Pingxiu. It was like a father beating his son. After the first 3 moves, Feng Pingxiu was already showing signs of losing, and in his panic, he couldn't use his strength. It wasn't strange at all for him to be taken down by Qintian. Trash! Trash! Xue Jianfang gritted his teeth once more. Luo Shaoxing might have been defeated by Ling Shan at the last moment, but at least it gave him hope. This Feng Pingxiu, on the other hand, was just a useless piece of trash. Fortunately, there was still a chance. That was the only thing Xue Jianfang could do to comfort himself, but what hurt him the most was that Lin Yi's group either went up against their own people, or they got the last laugh like Ling Shan and Wu Qintian. All the disciples of the ancient sects lost to them one by one, and a few of them were even turned around by Lin Yi as if they had the help of the gods. It was like seeing a ghost in the flesh. Of course, Lin Yi's group didn't win completely. Fatty Lai and Kong Xiaobo lost, but these two were very cunning. The moment they saw that the counter techniques Lin Yi taught them didn't work on their opponents, they didn't even bother fighting and just surrendered, not giving anyone a chance to do anything to them. When everyone was done fighting, Xue Jianfang was so depressed that he wanted to spit out blood. He wanted to go up himself, but he was a foundation building perfected in name. Unless the people dared to challenge him, they wouldn't have the chance to do so. Chapter 5186. Xue Jianfang couldn't help but feel a headache. This isn't right. I don't know what Lin Yi's group is up to, but they're all acting like they've taken the wrong medicine. Normal people really can't handle them. What should I do? He couldn't help but feel a headache. He'd promised the glasses doctor that he would be able to handle this. What if he messed things up and the glasses doctor cancelled his priority training right away? Just when Xue Jianfang was at his wit's end, another disciple of the Snow Sword School went up. Just like Luo Shaoxing, he was forced into a snow form, and his opponent couldn't fight back at all. He was easily defeated in 1 move. This was the most normal result. If everyone was like Ling Shan, turning defeat into victory in 1 move, then it would be a problem. At the thought, Xue Jianfang had a flash of inspiration. He looked at Lin Yi and Cold, who were chatting and laughing not far away. He understood immediately. The competition continued. After the early phase of Foundation was the battle between Sky Class Full Mastery. If one wasn't even at Sky Class Full Mastery, then they wouldn't have the right to participate in the competition. It would be a waste of time. There were only 2 short months left. If one was still at Sky Class Late Phase Peak or even lower, then there was no way they could succeed in the next 2 months. They were destined to be eliminated, and naturally, there was no need for them to participate in this competition. When the first round was over, it was already the second evening. Everyone went back to rest for the night, and after the third day, the second round of the competition would begin. According to the usual practice, the first round was to challenge someone of a higher level. The others had been watching the first round, and only Ling Tianyu had stepped up to challenge Lin Yi. He'd tasted defeat for the first time in his life. Now, in the second round, after 2 days of deliberation, and with the fact that the first round had shown everyone's strength, it was enough for everyone to use as a reference. Sure enough, there were a lot more people who chose to challenge those who were of a higher level than them. In total, there were as many as 7 people. Among them, the most eye-catching was Ling Tianyu. Although this young master of the Thousand Blades sect had been defeated by Lin Yi last time, there was no doubt about his strength. Apart from Lin Yi, no one else was a match for him. Facts had proven that even if Ling Tianyu was not the most invincible person in the Foundation establishment stage, he was definitely one of the best. The expert in the great circle of the Foundation establishment stage that he was fighting against was not weak, but he was easily killed in a single move without being able to fight back. Just like that, Ling Tianyu became the first disciple to qualify for the primeval trials, while the disciple in the great circle of Foundation establishment realm whom he defeated became the first unlucky guy to be eliminated. Looking at that person's dazed look, many people felt sad for a moment. A dignified disciple in the great circle of Foundation establishment realm was eliminated just like that. It really made people sigh and speechless. In terms of strength, this person was not weak among the experts in the great circle of Foundation establishment realm. If he had not encountered Ling Tianyu, he actually had a great chance to win 3 rounds against other experts of the same level. Of course, the premise was that his luck was not too bad. Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. His luck was not just bad, it was simply bad luck. Under such cruel rules, it was impossible for him not to be eliminated. Even if he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being targeted by Ling Tianyu. Brother Tianyu, as far as I know, you are not someone who easily admits defeat. Why didn't you continue to challenge Lin Yi today, but chose such a soft persimmon instead? Xue Jianfang suddenly came over and asked with a strange and sarcastic smile on his face. As soon as his words came out, everyone around looked over. Even Axayanigia couldn't help but listen attentively out of curiosity. For this reason, he even deliberately postponed the next cross-level battle. Ling Tianyu glanced around the crowd, and when his eyes swept past Lin Yi, he nodded slightly without any embarrassment. Then he said lightly, "Brother Xue, you are wrong. Tianyu respects every opponent. In Tianyu's eyes, Brother Zhan is a real opponent, not a soft persimmon." This Brother Zhan was Zhan Shixiang, the disciple in the great circle of Foundation establishment realm whom he had just defeated with one move. Although Ling Tianyu's expression was very sincere, everyone felt that it was just a formality. Zhan Shixiang was a strong opponent for others, but for a genius like Ling Tianyu, it was not an exaggeration to say that Zhan Shixiang was a soft persimmon. Even Zhan Shixiang himself thought so. Sure enough, he was a hypocrite. Xue Jianfeng cursed in his heart, but remained calm on the surface. He said with a faint smile, "Brother Tianyu seems to have not answered my question. Because I am no match for Brother Lin. It's as simple as that." Ling Tianyu didn't hide his answer at all. The outcome of the battle the day before yesterday had already been decided. At least for now, he wasn't Lin Yi's opponent. Even if he had the pride of being the young master of the Thousand Blades sect, he wouldn't lie to himself about this kind of thing. Really? Then why don't you challenge me? I have been waiting for you for a long time. Xue Jianfeng's words surprised everyone. Everyone immediately looked at each other. Xue Jianfeng and Ling Tianyu were both like kings in the Foundation establishment realm. Unfortunately, they had never had the opportunity to fight each other head-on. Therefore, the strength of the two had always been one of the hottest topics in the market. However, Ling Tianyu did not choose Xue Jianfeng for 2 cross-level challenges in a row, which made everyone very disappointed. Unexpectedly, Xue Jianfang actually provoked him in public at this time. Did he want to fight with Ling Tianyu? Is it necessary? Ling Tianyu glanced at him with a faint smile. Everyone couldn't help but burst into an uproar. Ling Tianyu's answer seemed to be casual and ordinary, but there was indescribable self-confidence and contempt in it. It seemed that in his eyes, Xue Jianfang was not in existence on the same level as him, and there was no need to deliberately defeat him. Ha 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 ha. Xue Jianfang looked up to the sky and laughed until he was out of breath. After a long while, he suddenly said, "That's right, there is indeed no need." As he said this, he had already officially added Ling Tianyu's name to his must-kill list. Although the 1,000 blades flying together was a little tricky, Ling Tianyu was still an expert at the peak of the late stage of Foundation Establishment realm, while he was at the early stage of Gold Core realm. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Ling Tianyu smiled indifferently and didn't continue to pay attention to him. He also didn't have any interest in watching other people's battles, so he chose to turn around and leave. Chapter 5187. This was the cruelty of challenging someone of a higher level. It was extremely difficult and dangerous. With Zhang Shixiang as an example, everyone who was challenged would definitely go all out. Whenever there was a chance, they would strike ruthlessly to establish their might, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Only in this way could others fear them and stay far away, no longer daring to challenge them of a higher level. When the 7 cross-level duels were over, Xanijie was about to announce the start of the second round of regular duels. At this moment, Xue Jianfang stood up and said loudly, "I'm sorry, Junior Uncle Xan. There's something that I have to tell everyone. Otherwise, some people will play us in the palm of their hands with dirty and despicable means. They think that no one knows about it." "What are you trying to say?" Xanijie humphed coldly, trying his best to control his temper. His impression of Xue Jianfang was extremely bad. If it wasn't for everyone's eyes, he wouldn't be so polite. "What I'm trying to say is that our Snow Sword School sent out a traitor, and because of this traitor, our Snow Sword School's disciples lost a battle that they shouldn't have lost." Xue Jianfang pointed at one person. It was Leng Leng. Leng Leng suddenly became the center of attention. She didn't know what to do. Fortunately, Lin Yi was standing next to her. One look from him calmed her down and she retorted, "First, I'm not a traitor. The Snow Sword School never announced that I'm a traitor. Second, I don't know what you're talking about. What does the Snow Sword School's disciple losing the battle have to do with me?" Xue Jianfang laughed coldly and pointed at Luo Shaxing. "All right, then why don't you tell everyone? With Luo Shaxing's strength, how could he be defeated by Ling Shan in one move when he had already formed a snow form? Of course it's because Ling Shan had a better grasp of the rhythm, and Luo Shaxing underestimated his opponent. What's so strange about losing the battle?" Leng Leng said disapprovingly. "That's right, everyone can see that. It's a perfect example of the weak defeating the strong. There's nothing to doubt," Xanijie added. "I don't think so. Ling Shan's grasp of the rhythm was ingenious, and Luo Shaxing did underestimate his opponent. But if it's just based on these 2 points, she would at most be able to find a flaw in his counterattack. Why don't you guys put yourselves in her shoes and think about it? If you guys had the opportunity to counterattack, would you be able to turn defeat into victory in one move?" Xue Jianfang asked. Everyone paused for a moment, shaking their heads in unison. Luo Shaxing had used his snow force, and that powerful restriction effect was real. Even if he revealed an opening, it would still be extremely hard to defeat him in one move. After all, Ling Shan was just a newbie in the common world who'd just reached foundation level. Xanijie frowned. Although he didn't want to agree, what Xue Jianfang said did make some sense. Recalling the scene of Ling Shan turning the tables, even he felt that it was a little unbelievable. "So, I think it's necessary to ask again. Why was Ling Shan able to defeat Luo Shaxing in one move under that situation?" Xue Jianfang didn't need Lang Lang's answer, because he had his own. He pointed at Lang Lang and said, "There's only one reason. We, Xue Jian, sent out a traitor. A traitor who revealed our sex arts to the enemy." Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. Xue Jianfang was really shameless. He had already become a lackey of the center, but he could still say that Lang Lang was a traitor in public. What a weirdo. What proof do you have? Xanejia said in a low voice. At this point, he had to continue the conversation. Otherwise, it would be his dereliction of duty as the leader of the team. However, it was impossible for him to follow Xue Jianfang's wishes. Unless Xue Jianfang could present solid evidence, otherwise, it would just be a groundless speculation. Lingshan's attack that turned the tables just so happened to hit the life gate of Snow Murder form. Because of that, she was able to kill Luo Shaoxing in one move. It can't be a coincidence, can it? Xue Jianfang smiled coldly. Every sect had different mental cultivation methods, and the way to circulate their Jin Qi was also different. Every move and every style had a completely different emphasis, so the vital point of every move was very different. For example, when using the snow-killing style, when using this move, the throat was the most crucial point of the vital point of the Jin Qi circulation. As long as the throat was hit, even if the opponent was weak, it would be easy to defeat the opponent in one move. Xanejia could only look at Lin Yi, hoping that Lin Yi could stand out and refute it himself. After all, what Xue Jianfang said did make sense. It would be too far-fetched to say that Lingshan's last move that went straight for Luo Shaoxing's throat was a coincidence. You have nothing to say now, right? If it wasn't for Lang Lang, if it wasn't for the traitor, if it wasn't for her revealing our sex arts and the life gate of Snow Sword School, how could Lingshan win against Luo Shaoxing with her insignificant strength? So now, the evidence is irrefutable. Lang Lang is the traitor, and Lingshan relied on her to turn the tables. Xue Jianfang struck the iron while it was hot and made the final decision. This time, everyone's gazes towards Lang Lang and Lingshan turned unfriendly. Although this matter didn't seem to have anything to do with them, it affected the fairness of the competition. If Xanejia still wanted to cover up for them, he'd be the target of everyone's wrath. Hold on. Lingshan's technique is indeed a perfect counter to your Snow Sword School. However, aren't you being a little too unscrupulous if you're trying to blame Lang Lang with just a few one-sided and arbitrary words? Or is it that Xue Jianfang, your IQ is so low that you can't think of any other possibilities? Lin Yi smiled calmly. What did you say? Xue Jianfang froze and raged. The evidence is irrefutable, and you're still trying to deny it. You still have the cheek to say that the evidence is irrefutable? Lin Yi snorted and said calmly, if that's the case, then I'd like to ask for your advice. Yesterday, during the early phase of foundation building, it wasn't just your Snow Sword School that was countered. The other righteous sects and whatnot were also countered by us. How are you going to explain this? You're not going to say that all the primeval sects have traitors and revealed their arts to us beforehand, are you? Chapter 5188. After a while, Xue Jianfang tried his best to explain, that's different. The other sects are only suppressing it on the surface. Even if they don't know the practitioner's arts and the styles Ming Men, it's not hard as long as they use the right strategy. But Luo Shaoxing is different. His styles Ming Men has been locked on, so there's no doubt about it. Is that so? Then according to what you're saying, as long as we can lock on the styles Ming Men, it must be someone who snitched on us. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Of course, if it's not someone snitching on us, do you think it's just luck? Xue Jianfang humphed coldly. Lin Yi glanced at the other people's expressions. Seeing that they were still skeptical, he said, then what if I can lock on the opponent's Ming Men with ease later? What do you say? How is that possible? Xue Jianfang snorted disdainfully. Even if Lin Yi's strength was much higher than his opponent's, the most he could do was win with brute force. It was impossible for him to lock onto his opponent's moves, unless he knew his opponent's arts and all their moves like the back of his hand. Plus, the drawing hadn't even started yet. They didn't even know who their opponent was. Lin Yi's words were bullshit to Xue Jianfeng. Alright, then open your eyes wide and watch. We'll talk after you're done, Lin Yi smiled faintly. Alright. But let me say this first. If you can't lock on the opponent's Mingmen later, it'll be a confession. I suggest disqualifying Lang Lang and Ling Shan. Uncle Axan, that's not too much, is it? Xue Jianfeng said immediately. Axan Jie and Lin Yi looked at each other. Seeing how calm Lin Yi was, he nodded in front of the crowd. After all, if Lang Lang revealed the Snow Sword School's practitioners' arts to others, it would be too bad of an influence. They could only be disqualified as a warning to others. Alright, let's start then, Lin Yi said casually. Alright. Xan Jie immediately began to preside over the drawing of lots for the Foundation Establishment Great Perfection disciples. Including Lin Yi and Xue Jianfeng, there were originally 8 Foundation Establishment Great Perfection disciples. However, because of Ling Tianyou's successful cross-level challenge and Zhang Shixiang's early elimination, there were only 7 left. This wasn't easy to arrange, but it wasn't completely unsolvable. They just had to draw the missing disciples and make them priority for the next round. If they didn't get enough matches because of this, they could just make up for it in the future. The results came out very quickly, and Lin Yi's opponent this time was the only female of the entire group of perfected foundations, Duanmuyu, the senior sister leading the group from Leafling. Although she was a girl, Duanmuyu's every move was valiant and quite masculine. Both her dressing and temperament were very masculine. She was a maverick woman. The corner of Xue Jianfeng's lips curled up when he saw this. Lin Yi had sworn that he could easily lock onto any opponent's Mingmen, but this Yiling sect was one of the most mysterious sects in the Archaic Alliance. Their movements were like ghosts, and their moves were extraordinary. Even Xue Jianfeng didn't know much about them. He couldn't even name their moves, let alone Mingmen. Lin Yi's bet was a lost one, given that he'd picked an opponent like this. Please. Lin Yi walked into the field slowly and made a gesture to Duanmuyu. Duanmuyu nodded slightly and didn't say anything. She moved her feet and dashed towards Lin Yi. Her movement was very strange. Like a falling leaf in the wind, she drifted from left to right, but her speed wasn't slow at all. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Lin Yi. Duanmuyu's movement is quite the essence of Yiling's sect. Although she's not as amazing as Ling Tianyu, she's a rare outstanding figure among the disciples of the same generation in the Archaic Alliance. Xan Jie couldn't help but sigh. Although Foundation Establishment disciples weren't the decisive power of the Archaic Alliance, they still represented the future of each sect. A strong Foundation Establishment disciple meant that the sect had a strong foundation and a bright future. On the other hand, if the Foundation Establishment disciples weren't strong enough, then the future of the sect would be bleak. In the entire Archaic Underworld, the Thousand Blades sect had the amazing Ling Tianyu, the Snow Sword sect had the powerful Xue Jianfeng, and even Yiling's sect had the outstanding Duanmuyu. They were all the reserve forces of the Middle Island Alliance. On the contrary, the North Island Alliance was mediocre. It had been a long time since they had such a talented disciple. At this rate, after 100 years, when these people grew up one by one, it would be difficult for the North Island Alliance to maintain its status as an equal with the Middle Island Alliance. Xan Jie was worried, but the situation on the field had changed in an instant. Duanmuyu's movement was unpredictable, and her opponent in the last round had suffered from it. But this time, her opponent was Lin Yi. After years of continuous improvement, the butterfly microstep's unpredictable movement was not inferior to Yiling's movement at all. In terms of speed, Duanmuyu's movement was far faster than hers. Duanmuyu originally wanted to seize the initiative with Yiling's movement, but before she could lock onto Lin Yi suddenly blocked the position behind her. The difference in movement was obvious. The eyes of the spectators brightened. As expected of a powerful figure who could suppress Ling Tianyu to the point of being helpless. Duanmuyu's strength was not weak, but it was not enough in front of Lin Yi. However, Xue Jianfang still had a calm and confident smile on his face. Of course, he knew that Lin Yi was much stronger than Duanmuyu, but so what? The bet between him and Lin Yi was not about who would win or lose, but whether Lin Yi could lock on to Duanmuyu's movement. This was more than 1,000 times more difficult than winning or losing. Unless Lin Yi knew the mental cultivation method and movement of Yiling's sect like the back of his hand, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to achieve this. You are really strong, but it won't be so easy to defeat me. Duanmuyu glanced at Lin Yi, who was behind her. She knew that Yiling wouldn't be able to shake him off. Moreover, her chances of winning weren't high in the first place. If she kept dodging, she wouldn't stand a chance at all. As soon as she finished speaking, Duanmuyu opened her palm, and a withered leaf slowly fell. Chapter 5189. One falling leaf tells the world of autumn. Yiling's sect's moves are always so unpredictable, Xianijia said. Xianijia sighed. This move, falling leaves in autumn, could be considered as one of the few representative moves of the Yiling sect. It was not because it was the most powerful move, but it was simply because it was the most well-known move. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although Leaf Spirit sect was not the strongest primordial sect, it was definitely one of the most unfathomable primordial sects. Furthermore, it had firmly occupied the position of one of the 10 minor primordial sects and clans since a long time ago. Its strength was not to be underestimated. It was just that Leaf Spirit sect kept a low profile, giving off a feeling that it was not as eye-catching as Snow Sword sect. She can actually hide herself with just the intent alone, with no flaws at all. This Duanmuyu is so strong. Ziyu's eyes lit up. The others felt the same. Lin Yi had explained the arts and moves of Yiling's sect to them before, but they didn't understand at all. After all, Yiling's sect was too different from the other sections. Their moves were all about intent, and unless they could experience it themselves, they wouldn't be able to understand it no matter how much Lin Yi taught them. But now that they saw it with their own eyes, they had a direct understanding of the so-called intent of Yiling's sect. At the same time, they couldn't help but feel lucky that they didn't meet any Yiling disciples in the first round, or they wouldn't be able to use the counter moves that Lin Yi taught them. Actually, this wasn't strange at all. The Leaf Spirit sect was unfathomable. Due to the extremely unique aptitude requirements, there weren't many disciples in the sect. There were only 4 disciples participating in the secular world this time, and only one of them was at the early stage of foundation establishment. The chances of them drawing lots to meet each other weren't high. Yeah, her Yiling technique is already strong enough, and with this move, it's perfect. We can't even see where she is with the naked eye, let alone fight back, Lingshan frowned. Luckily, her opponent is Lin Yi boss. If it were us, we'd just be sitting ducks, Chen Tian said happily. Hee, you guys are thinking too much. Duanmuyu is a perfected foundation establishment expert. What does that have to do with us? The ones we've met are at most early stage of foundation establishment realm. Even if they're Yiling disciples, they wouldn't be able to practice Leaves Knows the Autumn to this degree, would they? Yu Bing couldn't help but laugh. You're right. Everyone looked at each other and smiled. While everyone was talking, Duanmuyu, who had concealed herself with the help of the falling leaves of autumn, was finally about to make a move. After all, this wasn't an invisibility technique. Once her opponent had completely adapted to this state, he would naturally be able to easily discover her traces. She had to finish the battle before that happened. Otherwise, all her efforts would be in vain. However, before she could really make a move, Lin Yi suddenly chopped diagonally in front of him without warning. At the same time, he said indifferently, "Let's stop here." Everyone outside the arena was baffled. After a moment, they came to a realization and were all amazed. It turned out that Duanmu had never left from the beginning to the end. She had indeed used the falling leaves of autumn to become one with her surroundings, but she did not make any unnecessary movements at all. She just stayed quietly in place, waiting for the best opportunity to attack. One had to admit that this was a very smart choice. It was better to stay put than to move. This way, not only could she minimize her flaws, but she could also use Leaves Knows the Autumn state to make her opponent even more confused. After discovering that she had disappeared, a normal person's first reaction wouldn't be to think that she was still in the same place. They would subconsciously exclude this option. Unfortunately, her opponent was Lin Yi. Even if Leaves Knows the Autumn state could fool everyone present, it couldn't fool Lin Yi's consciousness, which was far above theirs. Duanmu was startled on the spot. She couldn't help but smile bitterly and helplessly say, as expected of someone who can defeat Ling Tianyu, "I lost." This result was far beyond everyone's expectations. They all thought that even if Lin Yi could win, he would at least have to go through a fierce battle like the day before yesterday against Ling Tianyu. They didn't expect that it would end so quickly. The two of them hadn't even exchanged any physical blows before the duel was over. Lin Yi nodded and turned to Xue Jianfeng. "What else do you have to say now? What do you have to say? Is there something wrong with your brain? You only won against Duanmu, and you didn't lock on to her move Mingmen. How dare you be so proud in front of me?" Xue Jianfeng sneered. "Is that so?" Lin Yi asked with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. Even now, one of his hands was still in a knife hand position, pointing precisely at Duanmu's waist. "You're wrong. Although I'm very curious how he knew, what he pointed at was indeed my move Mingmen," Duanmu suddenly said. If Lin Yi hadn't pointed at her move Mingmen, she wouldn't have admitted defeat on the spot. At the very least, she would have fought for a while longer. Lin Yi was a little surprised to hear this. Although the move Mingmen was not a core secret, it was still a very secretive thing for each sect. Otherwise, if it was made known to everyone, it would be very easy for outsiders to counter it. Of course, the move Mingmen had always been the most important thing that everyone focused on protecting. Even if one knew where it was very difficult to attack it. It was just like knowing which parts of a person's body were fatal. You couldn't hit them wherever you wanted. You had to have the strength to do so first. "What did you say?" Xue Jianfeng's expression immediately froze. He didn't expect Duanmu to admit it in public. He hurriedly said, "Duanmu, did you receive a bribe from him? That's why you're deliberately putting on a show in front of us?" Everyone looked at each other. Although such suspicion was a little biased, Duanmu had indeed admitted it a little too straightforwardly. No wonder people speculated that it was a conspiracy. The move Mingmen isn't a secret that no one knows about. As long as it's someone in the upper echelons of the Archaic Alliance with some qualifications, I believe it shouldn't be difficult for them to know. Moreover, when has my Yiling sect ever done things so vile? Duanmu said indifferently.